We don't cast. Last, last. Now everybody go to breakfast. You go bow for the result, oh. Nothing to discuss, oh. Cause I did win by default and without any doubt, oh. I'm a me happy adult, oh. I no go feed the girl, I no go feed the girl is out, oh. I'm a mind that's you the talk, oh. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy, and I know that careful. Like the Baba Frayo, my ayo, don't cry, yo. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. Shadow, shadow, shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. Shadow. I need to go and shadow. Shadow, 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 shadow. I did Patagot when then kill Soboma. I did try to buy moto, one Toyota Corolla. My feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for Lucky Bona. Now so much you remake could have been all over. My feelings today swing like Django Lover. Feelings today swing like Timbani at you. I'm a white dog in Felisu. Why you say I did nothing for you? And if I do anything you want me to do, Timbani at you. I'm a white dog in Felisu. Why you say I did nothing for you? And if I do anything you want me to do, maybe another time, maybe another life, you will be my wife and we'll get it right. Young cast, last, last. Now everybody go to breakfast. Have to say bye bye yo, bye bye yo. To the love of my life, my eye yo. Don't cry yo. I need to go and shadow. 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 Kuyento wismanga ukaya o welangang koni munye Chana wana where to pay Wengelo nyatanda Zagu tu benami Chana wana where to pay Going on a journey in search of the magic that we call our own. Filled in everything I do, you be my morning dew. It's the God in you that's building me again. So we are the niki teba, mena kisokubela, pupos solufela, pupos solufela, niki keli sokibela, mena kisokujela, pupos solufela. Uyento wismanga ukaya. Oh, welangang koni munye Chana wana where to pay Wengelo nyatanda Zagu tu benami Chana wana where to pay Chana wana where to pay Come and help me carry the stream While I walk with you for eternity Feel you like the brightest moon. You break all my clothes. God is true, cause he gave me you. Uzobuya ningikiteba, mina ngizokubela, purpose solufeza. Sana samige, nikikeli zokibela, mina ngizokutshela, purpose solufeza. Uyento wizmanga ukaya. Oh, well, I'm going to pay. When get low, nyatanda, nyatanda. Zangu tu benami, yeah, yeah. Azaboya nene, sound of sound. Azaboya nene, tetana, eh. Ozoboya dini, sound of sound. Ozoboya dini, tetaname, 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 ooh, tetaname. Haven't you heard the news? Have you seen the flames? I try not to think about it, but life is just not the same. Everything's upside down, and I can't stand up. So tell me how it all works out, if you know that much. 'Cause everybody talks about it, but you ain't no way to walk around it. That's true. 'Cause everybody talks about it, but you ain't no way to walk around it. That's true. I met you in the woods this morning, in 1,000 trees. You never said a word about it, but you spoke to me. There ain't no reason why we shouldn't let friends smile again. You're my friend till the end until we meet again. Everybody talks about it, but you ain't no way to walk around it. That's true. 'Cause everybody talks about it, but you ain't no way to walk around it. That's true. And if I noticed you, you just say nothing to me. And if I noticed you, you just say nothing to me. My goodness, it's so good to be back. Dumela Mbatung. My. Hey, it's been a while, man. It has been, some time, and I'm so happy to see familiar faces back in this space. I am very happy. I'm very happy to be back and just to see how everyone is doing. Yeah, I know a lot of people have been missing the space, but yeah, here we are with a little bit of time. So I thought, you know what, let's space, man, and hear what people have got to say. So much happening. We've got the just energy transition thing going on, and of course, the big conference in Egypt. We've got the inquiry, of course, still going on with the public protector, and now the attempt to remove her from her residence, her official residence. Yo, of course, the Tembisa Hospital as well, the situation there, a lot of money lost. The ANC 55, what are your thoughts on that? So much happening around the coming conference there for the ANC. Excitement, nothing but excitement, and of course, former presidents weighing in on what's happening. The big surprise for me with the former presidents is that they don't seem to have some kind of channel going direct to the presidency. Go union buildings there. So something is a bit off. I am surprised. I mean, you would think that, former president would have this kind of power, to reach out to the one currently in office if, he's going offside and say, hey, look, this is what you're doing wrong. But they're not doing that. So what does that tell you? Something is a bit off. Anyways, so much to discuss, so much happening. I am just happy, very happy to reunite with my family here. Apostle, are you there, leadership? Yo, hey, Subaka, man. Apostle, unmute. It appears Apostle have got some tech issues, but yeah, we'll give him time. Let's do this. Let's keep with our tradition before we kick it off, so that we can get into it. We have two speakers, and of course, please do grab the mic bottom left if you want to talk. It is pretty much an open mic, so feel free. Grab the mic, come talk to us about whatever it is you want to discuss. Welcome. Good morning, South Africa. Good morning, Africans, and good morning to our friends around the world. If you're listening in, thank you so much for being with us this morning as we tackle matters matters of South Africa. And of course, we go beyond our borders as well. What are your thoughts? What's going on? What have you been thinking about? Please do come through, grab the mic, bottom left, and come talk to us. Duduzile, not Duduzile Sokela. Oh, Sokela. I'm wondering which Sokela this is, but I know some Sokelas Kumutlaki. Duduzile Sokela saying, yes, please, there's a lot to talk about. Government borrowing money, anticipation of Justice Ngobo's outcome regarding Palapala. ANC elective conference, Republicans set to return in power. What that means for U.S. soldiers in SA. BEE scrapping. Those are just some of the things that people have got in mind. And of course, we also have Mashaka Makulumani saying there in our chat, bottom right, that he says Ramaphosa's re-election strategy, is to borrow lots of money under pretense of transitioning to renewable energy. He uses that money to buy ANC December conference and share some with the DA, form coalition government and get DA support to be re-elected as president to get South Africans to pay it back. Those are just some of the things going on, and of course what people are thinking out there. I'm sure there's a lot more happening, a lot more you would like to discuss. So please do feel free to grab the mic bottom left, so you can come and talk to us. With us right now is Samkelo. Oh, Samkelo just dropped, but we'll try and get him back. And also we've got DJ Silo Muzi with us. Silo, welcome. How are you, man? Long time no see.
Mizate, how are you?
I'm good, Silo. I'm good, man. Hey, Together. I am together, man. Metro Matzala.
Without my dollar, yo. There's a lot that um I am unhappy about in South Africa. Uh, first of all, man, that on the uh, Twitter thing, because just at that day, I I was bored, and then I looked around Twitter. Father is not even following what it is supposed to. And on the other end, on Father, um, uh, Father is not even paying us enough money like um the bank the bank they um okay, you must you must earn this specific amount of money to qualify for A, B, and C, but we are not able to qualify for A, B, and C because of the amount of money we get per month. And then the other thing, we can't get job, job, jobs as disability first of all, because um you- personally I don't have a medic certificate, and wherever I go, they ask me for my medic certificate, and I say sorry, I don't have. And then they say sorry, we can't give you the job because you don't have a medic certificate. How how does that work? How? And I want the bank with the job because we are not paying for anything. We will just paying South Africa for nothing. We can pay in uh, all the big companies are supposed to pay the bank, not not people, no, not people, big companies. Thank you.
Thanks, Silo. Thank you so much for that, Silo. Much appreciated. Your last point there, an important one, right? That for some reason, banks are using the little guy, for their survival. When they should, as you say, Silo, they should be looking to, the big people with the big, purse, the people with the money, right? Those big companies you mentioned, Silo. Silo really just trying to touch on, issues of affordability, right? Money is a huge issue for South Africa right now. Hard for people to afford things. And also, Silo is saying, you know what? Lack of jobs. There is a need for jobs, certainly for the disabled, as he said, that, whenever he goes to look for work, he is asked for this medic certificate that he needs and he does not have. So, affordability, a huge issue that has been with us for quite some time, for as long as the space has been around. What are your thoughts on that? Please do grab the mic, bottom left, and come talk to us. And if you've just joined us, thank you so much for being with us. It's been a while, and I'm very happy to be back. Sam Kello, my brother, good morning. Sam Kello just dropped. Apostle, are you with us now? My brother, I see you reacting, but yeah.
Most definitely, Mr. T, and good morning there. Welcome back. Oh my goodness, we missed this particular space. We were about to send people to look for you so that we could come back here and meet. Yo, wow, it's so Mr. T. Like, this is just a child abuse, but equally it's great to see you back. Welcome back, Mr. T, and everyone in the space. Hey, Mr. T, every time when Silo is speaking, nale ene re dula re argue about his support for the same government that he's saying it's excluding our people. There's a high level of unemployment. Interest rate is going up. The banks are manipulating and profiling black people. But Silo is adamant that we shouldn't blame the current government for any of the stuff that which he has referred to. It's a very interesting conversation that we always have, and I thought that maybe he will speak to issues of government as to how do we then get to deal with that? How do we ensure that we address such issues? What is it that we can do as a society? So yeah, Mr. T, indeed, current affairs. My o ka re nka bua Setswana bikinyana, Mr. T, so that everyone can understand, or maybe I can be able to express myself. But in the ANC government in the Northwest, e fetsa go reka dikariki tsa ditonki. Dikariki tsa ditonki for almost a million. Like donkey carts, Mr. T, in the 21st century. They are saying that for kids to be able to access schools, ko Dibono, there's a village called Dibono in Mafikeng, right? So this village, it's inward too in Mafikeng. It's close to Masuke. So there are no roads there. I've been there. I've attended a funeral in Dibono. So when you go to Dibono, basically you need to use either a baki or something related to that. Cars with these big wheels. Um, they just decided to go and buy donkey carts, dikariki bagaetsho, like 20. Everybody donated to the community. But that is the best service they can give our people. They are saying that they will help them to be able to access services such as the clinics, the schools. And in their statement, they say more especially during rainy days. Guys, this is what we come down to. And I was shocked. I was literally shocked when community members went there, accepted it, they were dancing, they were happy with that level of service delivery. I thought I should just mention this, Mr. T, because it's one of those matters for me that came out last week. Oh, and I attacked the ANC on Facebook. ANC then released a statement to say, oh, I, I asked them, "Hore, amme, ba tsaya sentle, like, how do they spend 1.8 million for those for the Karaki tseo?" ANC had to release a statement to say no, it's not 1.8 million, it's 750,000 rand. And I'm asking myself, does that even matter? The point is that we are, yo, Mr. T, kopa go ema mo, ne? Wa bona ebile Silo o emise letsogo, ne? Because he wants to come here and defend and tell us that that is the best thing that they can do for our people. Our people ba deserve dikaraki. Ladies and gentlemen, no, you are most welcome to our space. I just wanted to touch on the Northwest. Mr. T is always speaking ka Gauteng. So le fa makala ke le mona, I'm here to just balance the equation. And people must know what is happening down there in the Northwest. Mr. T, thank you very much. I am back indeed. I was just on my way home, but I'm here now. 100%. Yeah,
Thanks,
Lebogang,
Apostle.
and
Thank you, my
welcome.
brother. So nice to have you with us. And yes, indeed, if you want to come up and chat with us, by all means, bottom left, you can request a mic and come chat with us. If you are shy, of course, bottom right, you can also share your comments there in our comment section. Let us know what part of the country you're in. It's nice to hear from people, based in different provinces across South Africa. Yeah, no, Apostle, I did see your attacks on the ANC. The last week or so, and of course, Yadika Riki, I did see it. I think it was over the weekend. um, I did see that post as well. On Silo Muzi, yeah, Silo, I don't know. He's bringing us this spin, Santa Zuma from the weekend. When the former president said, "Look, the ANC is not corrupt. There's only individuals within the ANC that are corrupt." And of course, that's him saying, "You know what? I'm standing by this party. We need to deal with the individuals and not the party. The party is not broken. It's those within it that are broken." So very interesting take there. Silo Muzi, you are back. I see you want to counter.
Yes, yes. No, my network it is bad. I am not at home. I am at my farm in the northwest. Yes, I I wanted to count because um one gay patriot who, who was talking was talking to was talking about both potholes in the northwest. I am in the northwest as we are talking. ne, and then uh my my main road ne, uh it is full of pot potholes. It is full of potholes. Every every 200 meters there is potholes everywhere. For 100 meter range is bottles all the time. Thank you.
Thanks, Silo. So, Silo, maybe Apostle wants to come here because Apostle Silo, his counter is that your province sucks. It's got potholes all over the place. But Silo is still running away from the fact that you know what, these are problems of his own party that's currently
No,
in power.
no,
I think Silo has got
no.
a tender.
Without
Unali tender this
it,
guy.
without it.
Waja, waja Silo there.
Hold on,
O batlang go Northwest a dula Gauteng. Ke di tender.
hold on, hold
Waja.
on.
O itlhele tender e ifile ene ya dikaraki.
No, guys, hold on. You, you guys don't understand. The DA, ne, the EMF, give the killing the country to anyone. It isn't gonna be the same because um um the country is full of corruption. Full and because of what? Ne? Uh, well, I know that by the ANC, and by the parliament. Parliament is in charge of South Africa, not the ANC, by the way. So attack the ANC and I give you facts. Thank you.
Apostle.
Mr. T. No, no,
Silo a
no.
re EFF le die ke bone ba corrupt ba senyang dilo.
But Silo is always running away from accountability. Somehow he's convinced that Parliament gives members of Parliament a free pass in terms of accountability. Silo literally refuses to accept the fact that the ANC uses its majority, be it in legislature, be it in parliament, to ensure that their leaders do not account. And we are seeing the same thing that is happening in the inquiry with a public protector, with the inquiry into Palapala. The ANC has even used its majority, even during the times of Nkandla in parliament. Like Silo needs to wake up and take accountability. He's saying that the Northwest is full of potholes. Ke mang o etsang di-pothole ko Northwest? Who's not servicing the roads and maintaining the roads in the Northwest? Because ANC in the Northwest rules the Northwest with over 70%. So, Silo, please, please let us tell the truth. The ANC is failing. More especially in the Northwest, we used to be under the government ya Bophuthatswana. Dilo tse tsa di-pothole came with
Wow,
the
wow.
government. There were services, there was food security. Northwest was thriving before integration into what we have and call South Africa today. Mangope ensured that anyone and everyone wished to live in the Northwest. We had the best silo. You know this. You might not be staying in the Northwest. You might be there to get your tenders for manufacturing dikaraki tsa ditonki now. But Northwest used to be one of the best well-run homelands before the ANC came. Di-pothole tse di tla ka lona, Mr. T.
Silo Muzi. Hold.
Wow. I wish you get see what I'm talking about, but I'm gonna leave it for now. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Silo. And what's again, Apostle? I get to why Silo, I can let it daily. EFF, like our action essay, Leone thing, maybe like a bona pico thing.
We run Action SA, maar Action SA, they just want to have their millions. That's it. In terms of all other things, please, guys, kopa le tlogeleng Action SA. They just want to be mayors. They want to be part of council. In terms of what must happen to all other issues that are affecting the community, I don't hear them making noise. Oh, by the way, by the way, Ntate Mashaba also had asked, I think, I'm not sure if it's the provincial leader Yako Northwest or is it the regional leaders. I don't know how do they appointees work like. But he had asked them to look into that Mafikeng donkey cart saga. It was such a great moment, that, oh, these people are here. But I don't think they are represented in the Northwest. I know that they will be contesting the Ditsobotla municipality, which was then disbanded. Yeah, so maybe they will have a voice. We will see how they go. But currently, they are not represented anywhere in the Northwest province. We congratulate Pico. Probably he will join us and tell us for what do the Action SA make of the current state of affairs in South Africa. Mr. T, let's leave Silo alone and let me welcome. Oh my
Yeah, I
goodness.
think Renale, Anindo, Reako, Anindo, and then says Chab. And maybe later on, Apostle, Kiwaton Chaloseto, why EFF Ibusite Mrs.
Orata tele Mr. T.
Anindo,
Yes, Mr. Teo, how are you doing and everyone?
I'm good leadership yourself.
I'm doing fine. I'm doing
Hey,
great.
tada.
Yes. Yeah, I think I can make submission on some few issues that also concerns me as a South African. I will just raise them in my capacity as an ordinary South African. I think some of the issues you guys have already alluded on them, like the loans that we are taking from from the West as a country. I think in the long run, those loans are going to be a thorn in our asses if we are not very careful. And I don't understand. I don't get the motive why you are taking those loans because you are already in debt. We're already indebted, so it's going to be a problem. Remember, we still have huge baggage of loans that we took long time ago, dating from the apartheid government. There are still loans that we're still paying. And if you look the state of our country, it's the rate of development. Yes, we're still regarded as a developing country, but the rate in which we are developing, it's very, 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 very slow. Taking considering the rate of of unemployment, who is going to pay for those loans? If you look at the current rate of employment, it's so huge. It's varied. The majority of the youth in this country are not working. So where the revenue to pay those loans going to come from? The way it's going to come from? It's really my concern. I don't understand. Maybe those people who says maybe someone is trying to fill his or her pocket before he exits the door. I think that they have a point if they're saying that one. And the second issue, Mr. Tsu and everyone, is a lot of people and ordinary South Africans are making a lot of noise about the upcoming ANC conference. And there have been speculation that the delegates might be lured to, to accept some money in order to favor someone. I'm not sure whether that is justifiable or what, but it's something that needs to be looked at. someone have to look at that. I don't know who is that, because at the current time, ordinary South African, I think they don't have a voice. They're just making noise. Their voice doesn't matter anymore, because those crucial decisions are made, from the top. Their voices, you know, uh, are being ignored. I think that is something that need to be looked at. And there's a lot of things. There are a lot of things, Mr. Teo. And the fear of the proximity to the ANC, it's of a great concern. It's a great concern because in the past, the A used to be an opposition part. It used to be a rival of the ANC. But now, if you look at them, they seem to be very much concerned and interested in everything that happens within the ANC. I don't think we are heading in the right direction. I think our country has a bigger problem than what we see right now. As you have said, former presidents, all of them, they have big concerns. I think ANC is infiltrated. I think there is a very big problems in the ANC. I think those are some of the issues and others. Yeah, I think I can stop here, Mr. Jill.
Thanks, Anindo. So, are you saying maybe, to your point there on the infiltration of the ANC, you also mentioned how close the ANC has become with, the DA. Would you say that could very well be part of the infiltration, that
Exactly.
closeness?
Exactly. That's what concerns me. I think the membership of the ANC at the moment are not the true members of the ANC that have the interests of the people at heart. Some of them are there just to push a certain agenda. Even the current membership that we have, there's a lot of things that are being said. So I think the DA has a big share, there's a big part to play in the ANC. It's been infiltrated. I'm really concerned. Just speaking on the infiltration, the the membership of the EFF as well. I think they are too much open. So if it happened by chances they get into power, there might be some other influences that may deviate them from the original goal that they had when they're campaigning and all this stuff, as it happened with the ANC. I think it is a big problem. Just look at the issue of the PP, of the public protector now in the parliament. You can look at the composition of the panel. I understand that that committee consists of everyone, but from everyone from different parties. But if you look at the tone, you can already determine where this thing is going. Who is agreeing with who? Because I understand, in as much as they are the committee, but they have a certain mandate from the parties. If you look at the mandate or the tone of the ANC members and the DA members, you see they seem to be to go on the same direction. So that's why I'm saying there's a lot of the influence and the infiltration which is going to take the ANC down, because coming 2024, it's going to be a huge problem. I'm telling you. If people are not seeing this thing, ANC will regret. And once it's gone, once the power is gone, it will be difficult for them to regain, to convince the people that they can still be trusted. Thank you, Mr. Trail.
Thanks, leadership. So, Anindo, this is very interesting. So, I mean, you are also saying that the EFF is becoming vulnerable, to infiltration. My question would be, if that's the case, where do we go then, Anindo? I mean, do we look to, you know, former Chief Justice Mogoeng's new party as an alternative for black folk like you and I in South Africa?
at, at this current time, they are very new. To be honest, before the Chief Justice, launched this party, or this party introduced him, I was hoping that he might join the ANC or the EFF. I was really hoping, because this party already have some ground, in as much as there might be some differences. But I don't see Chief Justice Party getting into power anytime. So it's going to be a mountain for them to do that, because we understand politics. It's like a family matter. If I'm the member of the ANC, it's going to be extremely difficult for someone to sway me away from that. No matter how boring and corrupt the party is, but it's like a family. If you are indoctrinated about something, you cannot go away from that. It needs a certain amount of maturity, if I would, for the lack of a better word, Mr. Tsew, to convince someone to make a sound decision that will be against their party. So Chief Justice Party, I don't think they will make any impact at this current time, even in the next 10 years. I don't think so, because of the membership. Yes, individually, Chief Justice, it's a nobleman. We have seen what he stands for, but this it's about politics. It's about politics. I was hoping that you will join the ANC or the EFF, so that we could introduce him. We can vie for him as the president of the party. So the infiltration issue is there, and it is going to have a very big impact in the country. The more we allow the foreigners or the foreign nations to come and join the party, obviously they're going to have, their impact or their interest, which doesn't favor, the people, the locals. Mr. Joel.
Thanks,
Mr.
my
T,
brother. I
allow
think,
me.
Apostle, I think I could be wrong, but I suspect there's a bit of a strategy on their part too, that they will get a very good percentage of the Christian vote in the end, and I think that will bring them to the table in terms of having some kind of a role in whatever coalition comes out. So I think that they come with that. I don't know how that's going to play out between now and the election. So many things could happen, but yeah, that'll be an interesting one to watch. I mean, uh, Anindo also touched on the issue of loans. I think that's a big one. I see Triple Tau is in here. He's our go-to on the issue of loans. Triple Taule, His Excellency. So yeah, Triple T, if you can come up and share your thoughts, that would be great. Back to you, Apostle.
No, thank you very much, Mr. T. Amindo indeed made some great submissions, but also I would have loved to take him on the issue of infiltration. He made mention that he feels that the AMC does not have its, allow me to call them original membership, as he had put it. Then my question is, who's leading the AMC currently? And if the AMC does not have its original membership, who's down there on the ground and in their branches? Because infiltration usually does not come from the branches of the AMC. Right now, the branches of the AMC are making their nomination. I've seen that they've reached, I think, is it 80 or 70% of the branch assemblies or conferences or BGMs, whatever they call them, to go to their conference. So the ANC is ready as it is. So if there's this notion that there's infiltration within the ANC, what is it that members of the ANC are doing and to stop further infiltration? The notion that is there's infiltration in the EFF, I'm not even gonna respond to that, because the last time I said people usually want to equate whatever mistakes that are happening in the ANC to be that of the EFF. Unfortunately, there's nothing that you can do to help them with that. It's just, I think, personal opinions that shouldn't be
But I
entertained.
mean, we had SG here some months back, Apostle, and he said, the EFF ke baby nyana ya ANC. So how do you separate the two?
Mr. T, I see what you are trying to do there. Well, there's nothing like being an AMC. You might maybe have misunderstood what the SG was saying, but I don't recall us defining ourselves as an ANC baby now or anything related to the ANC. However, we should be able to draw a line between a black represented political parties and white dominated political parties. The differences between the EFF and the ANC is not that cannot be reconciled. More especially when we are looking in terms of coalition, the EFF and the ANC, and this is my personal view in terms of black people, the way we are so divided, it's something that will keep your DA, your AfriForum, all these right wingers always kind of beating us and owning the means of production because black parties within South Africa are not united. We can have ideological differences, a perspective, but at the center of our struggle is the means of productions, which the ANC, SCIC was saying Malobako conference, the ANC is just a clerk of a white monopoly capital. They don't own the means of production. Same with the EFF. So there's a need for these two parties to kind of work together to ensure that our people are better serviced. Mr. T, I was about to comment on your issue of Ndate Mogoeng Mogoeng. Ndate Mogoeng Mogoeng is a very great, upstanding man. However, Christians are not loyal. Christians are not loyal.
But
Uh,
Christians are 80% of your population.
Christians are not loyal, Mr. T. Believe you me. We have those people in churches. We live with them on daily basis. They know how to differentiate between their belief in religion and that those of politics. So believe you me, you are not about to get a support of a Christians because one of them is running for a presidential, never mind presidential election. Njela go nna mokhanselara or mayor. Christians are not loyal, Mr. T.
What about
That's
UCDP? UCDP guy go Northwest.
my point exactly. Just make reference to UCDP. The Christians are not loyal. That's all I can say, Mr. T. Let us welcome Ceci Chava to that effect. Mr. Chava, the mic is yours.
Dumelang bo radikariki le bo madikariki. Gona ga re dilo tse mo Lesotho. Dikariki. Se ke ne la re ditsa dipere. So from today onwards, le se ke la tlhotse le bua ka dipere Lesotho foko le batho ba dikariki da. He must just stay there. And that's so nane bile ke sena le taba tse ngata wena my good brother. I was just excited nje to see you. You're back with us in our spaces. Welcome back, my brother. Maybe now I can just come in to give you a smaller nyana update. Ke a bona hore it's current affairs, South Africa more, but I'll give you an update that will also put everyone in good perspective as far as Lesotho is concerned. We have just been to elections. We have got a brand new government now. I'm a little bit worried in that it's this issue of foreign nationals and what from what Anindo has just alluded earlier. I'm a little bit worried with regards to that. When are we going to have a free society where people really need to get out this thing of locals and foreigners. In the midst of guests that were here in the inauguration of the new government, we had a huge as delegation that comes from South Africa, business delegation. We had a huge delegation from the United States, a business delegation that is. We had a huge delegation, business delegation, that is from Britain. We still have a huge as delegation of Rwandans in the country. So, guys, let's look into things holistically from a better perspective now. I'm not really expecting people or ribbons to argue about foreign nationals and local nationals by now. Okay, yeah, and that did so. So we've been to elections. Fortunately, I happen to be in an alliance that has got a seat in parliament. So yeah, I have a seat in parliament now. So everything in Ngibu spacing to start taking place. To start taking our place in the activities in our communities. I really practiced hard on that, and it paid off well, man. We have a seat in parliament now, so there are some issues tse ka se tlo hlola ke kgona go di bua fela nje jwalo ka an ordinary citizen on the ground on the ground. And the good news is that the Lesotho Highlands Development Authority has also awarded a multi-billion contract towards getting water to South Africa. So this is also important, which is going to benefit a lot of South Africans, especially in the economic hub of South Africa, which is Joburg. So when people are still talking about these issues of Basotho nationals being problematic in South Africa and all that bullshit, I think we really need to get to find an amicable solution. There's been a lot of publications that have been putting out Basotho in the bad light, but unfortunately or fortunately, those cases have been taken to court. There hasn't been Basotho that have been implicated in those. Ha le tala le bona motho fela a apere dikobo mo a mo motho cell phone se le re ke motho wa Lesotho. You know what I mean? So this is why I think maybe issues like this agreements tse etsahalang hona jwale tjena di re thusa hore re be in a better space or in a better light. Panyaza Lesupi was here. He brought a big delegation ya batho ba business from South Africa. So are you saying batho ba ba fika mo ba rwake ka bo mma bona re ba leleke? No, we can't do that. We need to start looking things at a better light from now to say we need to welcome the South Africans to come to Lesotho and make business with us. And equally, we need to train our people to live better with South Africans that side. You know what I mean? So yeah, and that's so welcome back to the morning spaces, my brother. It's good to have you back, man. It's good to have you. Sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. It really is nice to be back in spaces. It has been, some time, and I now have to learn how to do this all over again. But man, the big news here, Sir Chaba, is you getting that seat in Parliament in Lesotho, and of course, as you said, you attribute a lot of that to what you've learned in our spaces, and the support, the encouragement that you've gotten out of the space. That's amazing, my brother, and I hope that many of us here will learn from this. That the knowledge we gain from the space, the things we share, the brotherhood, sisterhood that comes out of this space can really lead us, to greater places. It can really take us to that place where we want to change the world. So we are all very proud of you, Waneso man. It's so nice to have one of us in Parliament. I am very happy. It really soothes my heart to hear that. Apostle, you are next, man. We want to see you in Parliament next.
Utlile Setšhaba a reng, Mr. T, he's saying that he's not going to be speaking to us as an ordinary peasant. Like he's so done with us right now.
No. I want to apostle was started. No, what's that? Look, guys, board. I said an alliance. I mean, we had a political party alliance, so the seat belongs to us. It is not necessarily me personally who's going there, but obviously, I am going to be getting something out of that. Hello, so if you are privy to a certain information, you cannot just go out there and disperse the information, not in that manner that you want to portray it.
He's like, you know what? He's not on our level anymore. Nonetheless, Setšhaba, congratulations, man. It's good when young people do what you guys did there in Lesotho, and yeah, we really congratulate you. No, you have a seat, be it alignment, you have a seat there in the Parliament of Lesotho. Mari, Setšhaba, we cannot, let me see. Oh, we cannot ignore the fact that Bagaetsho Airport ya lona is not impressive. So you must tell your representative there, you guys need to improve. Yo, gape airport ya lona ke bone na le di-flight tse three. There's a need to improve on that. There's a need to invest on building the infrastructure there. Mr. T, Setšhaba speaks on serious issues of looking at the unity of African continent, and I wish all these Afrophobic individuals were here to understand how, when we look at our resources, our mineral resources that which we have with our little different sovereign nations, how we can use that to even assist one another so that we do not have to depend on the West for our daily lives. Like what Lesotho and South Africa, and Lesotho has always been supporting South Africa with water long before I was even born. But when you hear these Afrophobic individuals making comments about foreigners, I'll never see Setšhaba as a foreigner in South Africa. I refuse. Whether Mr. T kicks me out of his space or not, it will never it will never get to that point where I see a fellow African as a foreigner in their own land. So yeah, we really need to move past beyond seeing each other as enemies and foreigners. Criminality must be classified as such, and it must be dealt at that level as criminal activities. Not to say, oh, we're now Motswana, therefore you need to be punished. Oh, by the way, Setšhaba le santsane le le dipere, okay? I think the tender was just influenced by the delegation that went to Lesotho when they saw a lot of the Garaki there and
I
decided
gonna
to
die in tseo. I gonna do tseo Lesotho. Dikariki
and
ga diyo,
benchmark.
koko. I gonna
They
dikariki.
wanted to benchmark, so that we can look like we similar and we moving towards the same direction. If we are to investigate this, we'll find that the people who got the tender are the delegation that went there. But on my last closing light note, Setšhaba, thank you guys for welcoming the Commander in Chief by that warm welcome that you did not even give to any dignitary that came to Lesotho. The CIC was welcomed with open hands. Such a warmth welcome in Lesotho.
He's
It
our
felt
boy.
like
He's our boy. That one. He's our boy. We have to welcome him well.
is that you're gonna be accused that this space is the space of the EFF. Plus, I've seen that you are accused of being an RET force and other things.
Yeah,
But
because my co-host is very partisan.
now you are accusing me. You know what, Mr. T? Let me welcome Simo Zulu. Simo Zulu, before I am accused of many things. Sesitshaba Ngwaniso, once more, thank you very much and a congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the introduction. And good morning to everyone that is here on this important space. It's been a long time since we've had an opportunity to be here and to speak. Thanks for allowing us this opportunity to do so. There's just a few things to share this morning, and I will be very brief. I've been over and above speaking in such platforms. One has tried to cultivate the culture of writing as well. So I've been writing. And fortunately, one of the articles that I had written was also published on the Sunday Times a few weeks back or months ago, I think, with the title, Can the ANC Be Saved? Maybe we'll talk about it some other time or some other day. But its idea came as a result of the discussions that we kept on having on this space about the ANC and its relevance in South Africa today and the politics of South Africa, and particularly liberation politics, whether this ANC, this current ANC under Ramaphosa, is it really taking us to a road towards meaningful, and I underline and underscore that word, meaningful liberation of our people. The Black majority is experiencing mass poverty in this country. And I shudder to think what our people will be saying in 2024 when we go to elections. But elections are not the be all and end all. People are living through horror on a day-to-day basis. Whether elections are tomorrow or not, they are living in horror and in terrible conditions today, not tomorrow, today. They are living through the nightmare. And you would imagine if these lot of leaders that we have that are busying with themselves with blue lights would take time to go to Katlehong, to go to Diepsloot, to go to Alexandra, to go to eSekhawini and all these places that our people populate, and we still don't have land in this country. And nobody is talking about that, including the person who moonlights as the president of this country. He's gone to the COP27, and there he is with the powers that be around the world, especially in Europe and the US, delivering to them what is called the Just Transition Investment Plan, or whatever it is. And that thing that he has signed on our behalf as citizens of this country has not been sufficiently canvassed. Nobody knows it except him and his friends. When they are talking about the billions that will accrue to this country, we don't even know the detail of that plan. We are having load shedding. In fact, it's not even load shedding, it's blackouts constantly, unexplained by Excom and this government about when is this thing going to be sorted. It's going to be solved. We are talking about an energy mix, should be talking about an energy mix that takes into consideration a whole variety of energy sources, including coal, especially coal, because of the abundance of the product in this country. And yet, our leaders, including the president, goes and says that we are going to move towards renewable energy, when the countries in Europe themselves, including Germany, are going back to coal. And it's unexplained. And it's unexplained why is this thing being done. It's unexplained. And South Africa is offering it's offering uh, coal back to Germany, countries that themselves had been leading on this thing called energy, green energy. So there's a whole lot of things that are happening that I think we should fix our minds to understand what it is that is going on here. Who is benefiting or who is going to benefit out of these investments? And for what reason are these things being done on our behalf, supposedly? The ANC conference is coming up in 37 days. A whole lot of them want to be elected on Diketeni, as former President Mbeki had said. But the question still remains. The question still remains of all of these, what is it that they are going to offer? It's not enough to say Diketeni, but ukhethelwa ntoni? What are you going to do to change the lot of the masses of the people, especially the black majority that are living in poverty, in squalor, and underdevelopment? Thank you very much, Mr. Tsweo, for the opportunity.
Thank you kindly, Simo, for such a great and powerful submission to the debate. Simo, they're speaking of our people are hungry, they are unemployed now. They do not really care about a 2024, 2026. What is it that our leaders and the government is doing now to ensure that our people are having a better day whereby they have access to services, there are jobs created for them. And speaking on multiple issues, including the transition that which none, I think even government leaders cannot even explain this transitional phase because it's something that is just done outside South Africa, but it concerns the future of South African individual. But Simo, before I bring a Triple Tau in, do you think that as a people, as South Africans, are we agitated enough? Are we concerned enough? Why is it that we have it has become a norm that we can have, as you put it, a unexplainable blackout? We don't see any chaos, if I can put it that way. We don't see people standing up and saying enough is enough. Do you think we are agitated enough?
Thank you very much for that question. I think it's a very important question. It has to do with what we call, or what is called in the academic circles, the sociology of public discourse in South Africa. And it's not just discourse. We have become so quiescent. People are just, we've normalized this thing that leaders are gonna do things over us and go roughshod over us without explaining. Accountability is not in our vocabulary, unfortunately. We just don't have that. I do not know whether it's out of respect for our leaders, but I think we respect them too much. Some of these people who claim to be leaders do not deserve our respect. They should be accounting on a daily basis, in fact, for the portfolios that they have been given, because they are sleeping on them. They are sleeping on them. Think about public enterprises, the shambles that ministry and department is in, and the state of our state-owned enterprises in South Africa today. There are problems everywhere. Everywhere. Which of our state-owned enterprises is working? Which one? That we can proudly say it's a beacon of hope, and there are returns on investment. They are doing what they have been they've been mandated to do, and doing it well, and doing it efficiently, and doing it effectively. None, including government departments for that matter. Which minister can we be proud of? Look at the state of our community, safety and security. Crime is just out of control, beyond our control. The poverty that we are talking about here, and the unemployment, especially amongst young people and graduates for that matter. People should be up in arms. People should be demanding answers. What is the plan to turn things around, to turn our economy around, and to ensure that people work? Because you can never have economic growth without people working. It's just common sense. Which economy are you going to be growing and building and developing if people are not working? Go around our communities and see for yourself. People are languishing, sitting in the streets and doing nothing. And yet we are saying we want to grow our economy by 3%, 4%, 6%, or whatever the target is. How is that going to happen? It's during the early years of our democracy where we were talking about the Rainbow Nation and the miracle. This is no miracle. We need to work. People need to work. And we are not demanding of our leaders enough. We are not making them account, making them responsible for the things that they should be doing. And that's why they go around as if we owe them something. We owe them our respect. We owe them our admiration. Of course we don't. Of course we don't. What we want is an accountable government, is a government that has a plan, that implements that plan, implements it effectively, and is monitored and evaluated by us as citizens. And we can say, and we are assured that this government is working because we can see it concretely, practically, that they are doing something to change the conditions of our people for the better. But right now, under this Ramaphosa presidency, this is not happening. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for that. Wow. You speak to matters and issues of accountability. And I think generally that has degenerated, or if there's ever been accountability, more especially when it comes to our leaders. I feel that the people do not hold their leaders accountable, but equally the leaders don't hold each other accountable. And it's really a worrying
Can I,
factor. And it's
can I interject? I'm sorry. This the last point that I want to make, and it's an example that attests to this. Take the issue of Palapala, the Palapala saga concerning the president. I wrote on Facebook recently that scandal has the hallmarks of what we call, or what is called, illicit financial flows. There is secrecy around the story. There is issues of tax haven and financial jurisdictions that are unaccounted for, that laws are disregarded. It is in fact criminal that these things are happening. And nobody is held accountable for this. Nobody is explaining this. We do not know. We are none wiser as South Africans. Interestingly, a member of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, in an interview with Newsroom Africa recently, says, and this is Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, it's on the internet, people can get this. She says, they, as the National Executive Committee of the ANC, are none wiser. They know nothing about the detail of the Palapala issue. The president has not taken the NEC, the highest decision-making body of the ANC, in between conferences, doesn't know about this. And what does that tell you about accountability of this president? This president has, when he goes to the public and makes statements, he doesn't take questions from the media. He doesn't. Even about COVID-19. or crime or whatever issue that is affecting our motherland and our fatherland? When has he accounted on anything? I'm talking about this president. Even President Mandela, as we loved him, he knew that he had to answer and take questions from us as citizens, more importantly, and the media, and whoever has questions about the conduct of this government and and it's discharging its duties and responsibilities in line with the Constitution. But no, Cyril Ramaphosa cannot be asked a question or questions about his administration and the decisions that they take on a daily basis, supposedly on our behalf as citizens. What is that? Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Simo. But equally, to make my submission, and probably this will be my last point to you, I want to get your input. Given how you have described the current president, Ndati Ramaphosa, we've seen a President Jacob Zuma coming out in the media and lambasting and attacking a President Ramaphosa. We've seen a former president, Thabo Mbeki, equally doing the same. And, shockingly, they did that on the same day, the other weekend, where both of them held press conferences, and they just could not hold back on how disappointed they are with the administration of a Cyril Ramaphosa. But something that boggles my mind is that both these two leaders are members of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, right? And Ramaphosa is doing as he pleases, if I can put it that way. He goes out to address the nation. He does not take any questions like Oh, I even forgot Ntate Kgalema Motlanthe also had a mouthful to say about the president. They go out into the media to address the media as if they are not part and parcel of the leadership of the ANC, and more especially President Motlanthe, Mbeki, and Ramaphosa. As former presidents, I want to believe, and this is just my personal opinion, that gives them some kind of a veteran allowance, if I can call it that, in the ANC, that they are the elders of the ANC. They should be listened to because the path that which we are walking in, they've walked in before. So they should be able to advise. They should be able to call the current president to order in their secret. I don't know why I'm calling it secret meetings, but if it's not in their secret meeting, then they should have some kind of a direct access to the current president, be it in their NEC, be it in their Lekgotla, be it in on one-on-one. Isn't there supposed to be that kind of accountability? Who holds the president accountable? Because at the end of the day, the president of the ANC is a member of the ANC. The ANC has its highest decision-making structures. And when we see former presidents, Kgalema Motlanthe, Mbeki, Zuma, coming out in the media, as members of the public, we get I'm not sure if I should say consent, but there's a worrying factor that is it that there is so much disunity in the ANC that leaders cannot find one another? What do you make of that? That the ANC is unable to keep its leaders accountable, and what do you make of this a former president going into the media but equally failing to address President Ramaphosa privately or within the NEC of the ANC? I think we've seen even ministers, but let me focus my attention on former presidents because they came quite uh, I don't want to say harsh because they deserve each other, but they came out very strongly on the media. Do you think a President Mbeki ever calls a President Ramaphosa to advise him, President Zuma, President Motlanthe? Do you think they have direct access to President Ramaphosa? If there's no direct access to him, why is that? And how do we then ensure that there's proper accountability from the leaders that are elected by the NEC of the ANC to represent them? That will be. I just want to have your view on that.
Thank you very much again for the opportunity. I think on its own, this would demand a bit of time and detail for us to go into, but I will be very brief. You are absolutely right that the former presidents, or maybe let me start this way. Let me start it in this way. Under normal circumstances, former presidents of the ANC and former leaders such as Kgalema Motlanthe, President Thabo Mbeki, and President Jacob Zuma are ex-official members of the National Executive Committee of the ANC. That's what the ANC Constitution says. And they are empowered by virtue of that Constitution to sit in the structure called the NEC of the ANC. And it is at that structure where these leaders can ventilate whatever matter, without any hindrance, without any, threats, to really ventilate issues that are of concern to the nation, concern to the ANC, and the wider South African society. Having said that, what we have witnessed in recently, which is even more concerning, is that concerning is the fact that comrades and these leaders have gone outside of a structure called the NEC to ventilate that. And here I'm talking about President Jacob Zuma, President Thabo Mbeki, and former Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe. They are well aware of these structures. These are seasoned leaders of the ANC. They know the ANC and how the ANC works, and they know how their views are appreciated or not appreciated, and hence they would go outside the platform. But I can speak about what President Mbeki had said recently when he was meeting with the delegation from Limpopo. He said he had communicated these things to the NEC. But what the NEC has in fact not done is to act on the advice of the former president. Is to not act. The ANC, if we can go back a bit, at its last national conference, 2017, they took an important decision of renewing the ANC. And we are saying, and I'm arguing, that you can't just declare that you are going to renew the ANC. There are certain things, there are decisions, wide-ranging decisions that should and must be taken for us to say that we are moving on a path towards renewal. Thugs and criminals should not be part of the renewal of the ANC. Known criminals should not be part of the renewal of the ANC. And what renewal are we talking about if people that obstruct justice, people that are known to have embezzled money, people that are known to be corrupt amongst us within our ranks, are still populating decision-making structures of our organization and movement? What renewal is that? And President Ramaphosa, Mr. Ramaphosa, has failed dismally to act on this renewal. And I'm really looking forward to the national conference of the ANC. Perhaps to answer your question more directly, it is the national conference that will hold President Ramaphosa accountable, because clearly the NEC of the ANC has failed. He has failed to listen and take heed of what his movement is saying with regard to a number of things, including conference resolutions of the ANC itself. There's so much of the resolutions that were taken in 2017 that have not been implemented. And I would really like to hear what President Ramaphosa says about this. Look at the state of the organization. Look at the state of its finances, staff not being paid. And nobody is asking a question about what kind of leadership is this? Under whose presidency all of these things are happening in the ANC? And what is going to be done about it? What is going to be done about this kind of leadership that is taking us further and further away from our emancipation and our liberation? So the elders are correct. The elders are correct in coming out and speaking, because after all, we have a right to freedom of expression in this country. And no organizational structure can come and say, because you are a member of a structure, you cannot ventilate your ideas and thoughts about this. We are a constitutional democracy, and we need to respect people's rights to express themselves, whether we agree or disagree with them. Lastly, there was a decision. I'm not sure if it was a decision or it was a thinking or suggestion that President Ramaphosa had about the creation of something called the Council of Elders. For me, that structure was very important to add a layer that of former presidents that are really going to provide an intellectual backup to this president, because clearly he is lacking, abundantly clear he is lacking. He needs support, massive support, to run this country. But they did not take that decision. They didn't make a proper follow through in terms of implementation of that decision. Hence, you would have leaders speaking the way they are because there isn't a platform to hold one another accountable and to hold this president accountable. And so you have a president that has a free for all. He's running the show because he knows in his heart of hearts that no one is going to do anything about it. What is that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simo. Oh my. I wish we could have a very a prolonged a conversation, because as you're speaking, I'm asking myself, why then does the ANC have the NEC? What is the purpose of that particular structure? How come then, as I'm deducing from your submission, that Ramaphosa is doing as he pleases, he is following his own mandate? Why then do we have the NEC? Why is it that, as I was listening to you, the former presidents are speaking outside that space because they are not being listened to, their advice are being ignored? Can't the NEC, ANC, why is it there? I wish I could take you up on that, but hopefully you might also come back later when we're done with our speakers. I still need to pick your mind on that matter. Let me equally just take this opportunity to welcome all who have just joined us. Let me start with Mr. T. Yo, guys, it's been forever since we've seen Mr. T. He's back with us now. So, Mr. T, welcome. All the speakers who've joined us here, our listeners, you are mostly welcome. It is nice to see you. The last time I had Triple T speaking, Queen Elizabeth was still alive. So it's good to see everyone here and welcoming you guys back. Yeah, we are speaking to current affairs. Bottom left, you can request the mic and come and give us your view. Simo has made some a strong position and submission in terms of how the country is being ran. And also, my brother, let me congratulate you on that article that you have submitted. I think it was in August, if I'm not mistaken. If you can share it, I'm gonna ask Mr. T to just bring it up here so that members can be able to then have a look. You can share it. Mr. T will pin it to our space. hopefully, and then we can read it up. No, thank you very much. I wish to engage you further, but Triple
No,
T,
no, that we are available to do that.
no, thank you very much. So it means you shall be around. Let's give some new speakers a chance, and then I'll definitely come back to you. I almost said fighters, you can request the mic. Well, comrades, leaders, fighters, and everyone, you can request the mic there, bottom left. Mr. T was gonna have a field day and accuse me of many things. Triple T, you are greeted and most welcome, leader. Let me give you the platform.
Yeah, Apostle, I don't understand why you need to bring the ghosts of Lisbeth in front of me. Hey, now I feel like I need to go for a cleansing. Yeah, I need to go cry in a corner. But anyway, Mr. T, does this mean that you are back or you are just, popping in? Um, just so that we are clear. Anyway, good morning to everybody in the space. It's lovely to have everybody back. I see the crews all up in this here. Hey, it's
But
quite
Triple T, can I disturb you for a second?
yes,
I
sir.
think, and it was important that you came up here. Mr. T, there's a very important, urgent question. So I'm rising on a point of order that there's a need for a direct response to the question that Triple T has just placed to you. Are you back?
I'm back, leadership. I'm back. Of course, it's hard. Schedule is not as flexible anymore, but I'll do my very best to be, you know, um, present as much as I can. And by the way, Triple Tau has been one of the people saying, "Hey, come back." So yeah, no, this is the result of his hard work.
Th- Thank you, Mr. T, for the clarity. Yeah, no, I've been niddling in the background, but I'm glad you've heeded our calls. Let me start off, Mr. T. I know you called me out on the loans that are happening, but I think the context sometimes is always key, so that by the time we get to where things are today, we have a little bit of understanding of what is happening and maybe why, and therefore we have an understanding. But Simo, I humbly submit entirely to your submission, and I appreciate the frankness in which you have just spoken, knowing the pressure that you would have maybe by the end of the day, as others within the party hear things you've said that would go counter to what is known as the party line within the movement. But let's start here. I'm wondering. I'm trying to look at Solomzi. I see he's left, but I wanted also for him to be part of these things because he's made some statements and then Wabale. But if you look at the last 2 days, guys, what just happened in Ekurule, it is a very clear position of ANC that says it's either us or nothing else, even though they have nothing, right? So ANC doesn't have the metros. They've used the smaller parties, including the EFF, to sort of get these motions passed and get them to a point where they declared these motions of no confidence and they've gone through. But at the point where they need to agree who then takes over, it falls apart every time because ANC is not willing to see anybody else, do something. And it is almost like they would rather say, let the white person be in charge than another black person. Because this is basically what it boils down to. Why would not ANC agree to some of the terms that EFF had put forward? Whatever they are, ANC already doesn't have the metro. But EFF as a playmaker, no matter who says what, they would have gotten that and they would have been there. The bottom line is ANC has not become an opposition party. They have not learned the opposition tactics. They have not learned to sit on the opposition bench and win from the opposition side. And this is where it shows. Instead, they've become a very clear backstabbing party of individuals that speak, openly the right and basically do the left. There was almost an aura of confidence that they will sit behind EFF and let EFF, lead Ekurhuleni as long as it's away from the white people. And I thought that is the black line that was drawn between the two. But it fell apart last minute because ANC yesterday decided that no, it's either them or nothing else. And EFF basically went back the same way they voted, and DAA has gotten the same thing. Now, in the best interest of our citizens, what has then happened? That means that municipality for the last 90 days or 4 months, it has literally been, defunct. It has literally been useless because the decisions were not being taken because they understood that they're basically trying to get them out, and therefore ANC was disturbing every other thing, and the disruption of it is just at that level. But the bottom line, as it sits today, it says ANC has not gotten itself to a point where it speaks on the voice of the benefit of the blacks. It is either the benefit of ANC or nothing else or nobody else. And this is where it's scarier because why then not say, listen, EFF has not governed. ANC learned to govern. And today we still question to an extent what really is governing look like because they haven't really done much. So why not allow EFF to take it and see what it does? The biggest fear is that maybe EFF becomes something of a polished diamond out of this, and therefore people will see it as a party that is worth governing moving forward. But why not allow this to happen? I don't know. And it is what I'm trying to figure out because in some of the conversations yesterday with some of the comrades, is the same thing. Why are you guys not allowing EFF then to move forward? But it's a party line that they all also can't really articulate. But DA has got it this morning, and DA is in charge. And for the foreseeable future, the stability of Gauteng province is going to sit with this because there's no way they're going to pull it off again in Gauteng. They are not going to pull it off in the Joburg city. They're not pulling it off in Tshwane. They're not pulling it off in Ekurhuleni for now. But let's see how that goes. Now, on to my second point, Mr. T, on this whole just energy transition program. The funny part about it is that this thing at COP26, it was a by the way agenda. It was not a center focused thing that it has become what it has become today. Now, let's look at few things, few players that have made this possible. There's a lobby group out of UK called APPG, right? It's an all-party parliamentary groups. What this is, it's an informal cross-party groups that have no official status within the parliament, but they are run by and for members of the Commons and the Lords. Though many choose to involve individuals and organizations from outside parliament in the administrative activities, these are the lobby groups that basically come to the countries like South Africa. And as APPG has been in South Africa since April this year, you can go look at their minutes. They've been lobbying for this to happen. And in this, one of their biggest statements was that they are putting up money to make sure that the big corporates don't fight against the blackout and the load shedding because they would get funded by these APPGs in terms of the business side having independent solutions or solar or whatever, battery banks or whatever it is to keep their business. Now, for South Africans, ask yourselves, since June, why has none of the big businesses, your Pick n Pays, your Checkerses and all these guys come out to complain against the power outages as if they are not affected? Why has anybody not come out and said anything? Because go look at the minutes of the APPGs. They mad with the lobby groups in South Africa. They mad with the parliament portfolio committee members and basically said, let big business come together and not fight this because we need to deliver this message that says Eskom is defunct and therefore whatever they're doing is not going to happen. Moving the needle a little bit further. The conversation around just transition body or the JETP. First of all, this thing was started by group of couple of billionaires wanting to find the next place to put up their money, right? Now, Just Energy Transition Partnership, who is it? This is basically the US, Germany, France, and UK. This was not even a formal thing, right? Let's be clear what it is, right? It's basically a international partners group which is chaired by UK, comprised of France, Germany, and UK, US, and EU, jointly welcome and endorse a specific South Africa Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, which was a conversation that was held by the very same international partners group, which is IPG, agreeing that this is what is going to look like as a political declaration for a new, ambitious, long term just energy transition plan targeted at South Africa at the first. Right? The partnership aims to accelerate the decarbonization of South Africa's economy to help it achieve an ambitious goal set out in South Africa's updated nationally determined contribution to emissions goal. So, guys, the bottom line, South Africa is the least of the contributors in the emissions. There's people that are basically breaking down the nonsense around the emissions and the carbonizations and all of that. Yet here is a country, that South Africa, has gone and changed their national determination plan to say this is what we are going to adopt, this is who we are going to become, and it has gone through. And now, not just that it has gone through, it is going through with us taking loans and money from billionaires that wants to see this go through. I'm going back to the APPGs. One of the conditions in the APPGs when they were engaging with the South African Parliament sometime in June, July, is that whatever money that they are putting into South Africa to make sure that Eskom and whatever the coal transition is happening, is that the first benefactors of those contracts should be UK companies. That is very clear. There is a clip of arguments in the parliament where the argument was that why are we sending all this money to South Africa when we need that money here? And the answer was that APPGs have received an undertaking that UK companies will be the first in line for them to receive the tenders. I move it a little bit further. What was signed last week, Thursday or Friday, by the Minister of Finance in removing the BEE issue, it is basically to make sure that the foreign companies that do not have compliancy with the BEE laws can be able to win these tenders. So all of us, we are arguing about as if this is an issue regarding South Africa's money being spent here. It has got fuck all to do with that. All these billions that South Africa is taking on as loans, it's not going to benefit us in any kind of way, right? The bottom line is these are going to come in under the umbrella of projects that are going to go towards ESCOM related stuff. Hence, the ESCOM procurement policy needed to be neutral enough to allow the non-compliant European companies to be able to get the contracts, for them to be able to get the money. So move it a bit further. We sit there and we argue us here and say, what now? Where to? It's not just about that. It even gets worse. So the JETP has now moved from just a program to now a formal thing where within the office of the president, they started something called Just Energy Transition Partnership for the Youth. This thing, through August, they were having online sessions. That one or two of those sessions, I joined in to try and listen to what was happening. Literally, there was fuck all. They was literally putting up a PowerPoint presentation and literally just running through it. And I think it was just a formality, and basically it ends there. And I think there was only like 7, 8 people. And in the 2 that I attended, it was the very same people that I saw. And it was an engagement for them that they say people came up, the youth are supportive of this thing, and it's happening. The final Just Energy Transition Partnership Investment Plan is expected by November. This was what they said in August. So already the concessional plans was already in place as to what is it that's going to work, what is it that's not going to work, and how to make it work. So you can go back and check on the COP26 where they were providing 6 monthly updates in advancing the Just Energy Transition Plan. The Just Energy Transition Plan Investment Group is headed by who? The chairperson of that is the current Prime Minister of UK, Sunak. He's been that. And one of the things now you can go check, he had said because that his body, this JETP, is the one that is advancing this this ambitious thing for South Africa to move away from coal, he was not going to attend. But last minute, he has attended and he's the chairperson, and he's also now the Prime Minister of UK. So understand where South Africa sits. South Africa cannot just go there and try to argue on anything or advance any conversation that says we need maybe a bit more time or we need to have, because now you're not just arguing against the billionaires, you're now arguing against the very IPG partners. So if you now go back and understand what that power looks like, this is where you understand why the last minute Minister Praveen had to stop the engagement on the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee to go answer on what's happening with SAA and abandon ship and go.
Masa, if you can mute your microphone. Table, you can unmute yourself. Sorry about that.
No problem. So we look at some of these things in isolation, but without understanding the context, and the decisions being made almost look puzzling because we are viewing them in isolation of what the bigger umbrella is. So if we go look at that properly, you will understand why Minister of Finance announced what he announced, vague as the announcement was, but the purpose of it has been achieved. The decision for Minister of SOEs to fly last minute, even though he had a standing commitment with Scopa, it is because in that, Transnet is one of the targeted entities as well. Why? Because the Ports Authority needs to then administer and change the way it operates to allow bigger movement of goods that are inbound and outbound for the benefit of JETP. So, sure, Transnet, they're now saying it's defunct, it's not going to be able to keep up, and therefore it needs to do this, it needs to do that, and the modernization of it is in play. It is all because coal needs to now move out at a larger rate, moving out. Fuel refined needs to come in to South Africa in a bigger rate. Look at diesel. The cost of diesel in the country has gone even far bigger than your unleaded petrol in the last 6-7 months. Why? Because now the public, we are competing for the same fuel to burn and keep electricity going with Eskom, because our refineries have been shut down. We no longer refine our own fuel. What is happening? We are importing everything. We are importing from who? The very same groups of billionaires that are involved in various of these trade companies that know exactly what's going on. So we are talking about carbon emissions. The carbon emissions that diesel is putting out versus coal, it is not even comparable. Yet, we as a country, we want to sit back and clap hands and say, oh, look at what Dubai or the Middle East has achieved in the last 25 years. Why have they become who they've become? Because of fossil, because of crude oil. There's no way anybody's going to tell the Emiratis right now, the whole UAE, to stop burning crude oil or pumping out crude oil within the next 5 years, because they will tell you to go jump, because it is the only reason that they've created the oasis in the middle of the desert that the Dubai and the Middle East has become. And they understand that for the next 30, 35, 40, 50, even 70 years, that oil will still be pumping out. They are not going to let go. Or else the very cars and what we are even speaking of here and capable of will literally just go blank. Yet, us as a country in South Africa, we do not want to own that position in the world. Hence, if you look at the birth of Sasol, why Sasol became what it became, it is because the previous administration, the apartheid government, found the amount of coal that we have and said the only unlimited resource we have in this country is this. What can we then do to make sure that the sanctions that are imposed on us are not as bad as they are? Hence, coal to liquid technology was developed, and therefore it became what it became. Those towns where Sasol are literally are all going to be ghost towns. And we are allowing it to happen because we are now all focused on this glitzy future of wind and whatever that is unstable, let alone for power, but let alone for the economic of everyday people earning a living. So we've allowed Sasol to no longer become a NOC, which is a national oil company, or a national strategic operational company, which then had the status of being able to provide and get government to government rated crude oil from the producers of crude. Hence, we had the Sasol refineries that augmented the coal burning or the coal production and conversion by using the sweet crude or heavy crude or mazout or whatever it was that they were using to produce. And therefore had a lot of those chemical plants that were sitting in Sasol that then made sure that whatever the crude that was being burned and the other lines that came out of burning of crude, plastic, chemical, fertilizers, all of that, it's all that it was. 6, 7 years ago, we were producing a lot of urea. We're even exporting urea for rice to India and Pakistan. Today, we don't even have that. We don't have that. Why? Because we've literally just taken decisions after decision that don't benefit this country at every single level. Who? The very ANC that we are looking to them to say they will deliver us after 2023. They are not delivering us now. They have not delivered us in the last 27 years. Now, move it a bit further, Mr. T, when we are now looking at the just energy transition. The just energy transition, in every single thing you can go find on it today, it does not speak of any other country except South Africa. No any other country is part of that except South Africa. It is all about decarbonization for South Africa. IPGs, which is basically your international partners, which is your US, UK, and France, are the very ones, the international partners group, they are the very ones that are pushing this to happen. Yet, the very country that we are comfortable to see this go through without any kind of question. The Germans, in the last 7 days, have gone back to say, guys, we need to get what we need to get our own economy functioning at the pace that it was, which is burning coal. The Nordic countries are coming back to say, we need to get the coal up and running. The very mothballed coal plants they had, they were not converted to anything. They just shut them down and left them as they were. They've basically switched them back on and they're operating. They're gearing for their own winter. Yet, us in South Africa, we have accepted that we are moving, we are decommissioning and removing coal equipment, even though we still have coal that could last us another 80, 100 years, but we are moving away from it, rapidly so. Now, the question becomes, the very debt that everybody says Kusile Medupi has basically burdened Eskom on. When the technology that was put up on Kusile and Medupi in 2012, 2013, when it was being finalized, they put on the most expensive carbonates on there that basically convert the steam into vapor, that not literally anything goes out. For people that live around there, I think when those things are burning, they don't even see that they are on. Because it was a design plan that said the emissions should be below a certain footprint per whatever tonnage burned, and they achieved it. Now, why is it that there is countries that are using what is called clean coal or clean clean burned energy, that is a conversion technology that gets added in terms of filters, yet us in South Africa, we're not even given the opportunity to say, okay, let us actualize our economy, get it to where it needs to be, and then we can shut down in 20 years, 30 years, or 40 years. We are the only country that is literally JETP pushed for. India is not going to agree to it. Indonesia is basically saying, hey, we are not doing that right now. We can look at it, but 20 years from now, let's talk about it. So what is it that is so urgent that everybody in South Africa has achieved this thing? We're being told about solar, we're being told about wind all along. IPPs, 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 IPPs. That conversation of IPPs, when it basically was failing because of what the batteries and everything else has shown that this thing is not going to be sustainable for the base load, we are now being told about just energy transition. And here it is happening. We are doing a just energy transition to do what? Let's demonstrate that coal is useless, so therefore there is no reason for it to exist as an industrial sector in South Africa. Therefore, Eskom cannot stand as the primary offtake of coal in South Africa, then keep saying that there's a reason for it to exist in its current form. Hence, the new entity that has been established that is going to basically take the assets, not in generation, but they're only going to transfer transmission and distribution. So, therefore, the generation of power, the new Eskom doesn't want anything to do with it. So, therefore, it goes into the hands of the private sector. Now, what then that happens means exactly where they want it. The coal industry, we cannot argue it as a strategic sector, strategic industry for us, so therefore allow it to go to the dogs. Eskom, therefore, as an off-taker or the primary off-taker of coal, is no longer there in existence as a government-owned entity, as an acted body that guarantees electricity to South Africa, is no longer the primary off-taker. So we allow the open market to do what it wants with it. And for me, this is where the current administration has not bothered to even show a silver lining in any of the decisions they've made to demonstrate that they're even having the foresight to say some of these things will have this impact in the immediacy, in the midterm, or long term for the country. Now, we go back to the former presidents coming back and speaking. It's the very same conversation that has been happening to say, why does ANC, each administration, come in and look like they are not inheriting anything from the previous administrations in terms of knowledge, in terms of deal making, instead of relationships, because everything gets started fresh. And this is what shows you the current administration is not taking anything from anybody. They are running their own thing, even though the same ministers have been there all these years. They all act as if they've not done the same mistakes. They've not learned anything before. And we are all doing the very same wrongs all over again. Even though the prevailing winds in the world shows that this was the point where South Africa could be heading in a much better direction. Botswana has just become a more richer per capita country than South Africa in the last 3 months. Based on what? Nothing but diamonds. Nothing but diamonds. And they've achieved it. The very Botswana was literally being ravaged 8-10 years ago with poverty. This is what they've managed to do. Botswana told De Beers to say, De Beers, if you are not polishing and finishing our diamonds in Botswana, you are out. It took De Beers less than 8 months to divest in South Africa. They moved 6-7 billion of their investments and moved and built their plants in Botswana. They argued that no, the EFF was coming up with whatever nonsense of nationalization, so they don't want anything. They're not saying that Botswana government had given them a moratorium to say, if you don't do this, you're no longer getting our diamonds. Yet, for us in South Africa, the very same De Beers is still operational in South Africa without any bases anymore. They are still mining. They are still operating. They are still benefiting out of here. So ask yourself, why is it that our government is allowing so much waywardness out of corporate world that does not benefit the broader economy of the country, the broader citizens of the country? Yet we still stand and say we want to vote for ANC. I'm not decampaigning against them. I'm not saying don't go for ANC. I'm just saying at this very moment, there is no decision that says the ANC decision is anyway coherent. The NEC under President Zuma and maybe even Mandela, I don't know, used to have these Monday sessions where you knew that the ANC or the NEC was having the meetings at Lutul. And you sort of had an idea that everybody was being called to order because Gwede always provided a status by Wednesday as to what was the conversation, what was that is being done. So you sort of had an understanding that the party that ANC was had an understanding of the governance of the country, whereby the interest of the people through ANC was being passed to the administrators, which is then the government that is ANC led. So you sort of had that needle line that you sort of saw, and you almost heard that no, a certain minister will be called to order, and you knew Gwede would be there next week to say, yeah, no, we had that conversation, we sort of cleared it, the premiers would be called to order and all of those things. Today, none of that is there. Even Nomvula came out and said all the leagues have been disbanded. So you're talking about Youth League, where? Women's League, where? Veterans League, where? Where are they? When? Who's the leaders? What structures? What minutes? What meetings have they been having? So, Mr. T, in short, I think that is the status of where we are and the context of what this JETP looks like for us and what it means. On that, I would submit and let somebody else then take on. And for any questions, then I would stay in the background.
Thank you very much, Triple T. Indeed, we missed such submission in our spaces, but may I just request you, also Triple T, to quickly repeat for me, and I'm doing this for the sake of our listeners. You made a comment on why then it was decided that triple BEE has to be removed from the prerequisites when companies are awarded tenders in South Africa. If you can just repeat that particular point for me, I think then you would have made my day and that of the listeners. What you said for what again? I'm a little bit slow. Please be patient with me.
Okay, if you go look at the APPGs, right, which is this lobby group that has been meeting with the Parliament of South Africa or the sidelines, their minutes says that what they're trying to achieve with this funding of ESCOM moving away from coal is for them bringing in money for that technology to be funded. Primary one. Where's the money coming from? The money is coming from the IPGs. IPGs is your international partner group, which is then the US, the UK, France, and others, right? Now, with the IPGs then agreeing that the IPPs was the primary point of them bringing in money into South Africa and it wasn't working, they then came up with this plan of Just Energy Transition Program. The Just Energy Transition Program, the chairperson of it is the current Prime Minister of the UK. The current decision on JETP was that how do we then get all this money for ESCOM to transition from coal to whatever we want, whatever that would look like. I don't know what it would be. Then the UK guys in Parliament, I will try and find some of the clips and I'll bring them back onto the Jumbotron. They were arguing to say, why are we sending all this money to South Africa when we need it? Therefore, the answer was, don't worry, that money that we are sending to South Africa, primary contractors will be the UK and the European companies. Then the question is, but South Africa has got this thing called BEE. So how does that allow us to be able to benefit? Then they said, no, already it has been agreed that South Africa would allow the primary contractors, which would be the European, to get these contracts without any of these issues. So the minutes and the decision that was taken by Minister of Finance last week to say, under ESCOM, the old BE requirements of black ownership and all of that would be done away with. It's basically paving the way for the JETP procurement to allow European companies that don't have BEE, that don't have presence in South Africa, that will not be required to have those legislative issues, to be able to be awarded tenders by ESCOM to make sure that your Komati that is already decommissioned and all of those other subsequent projects that are coming to make sure that ESCOM stop burning coal, whatever they would become, they are then continuing unhindered. So they don't even have to come out with the tender that any of you South Africans will participate in. They don't even have to come out with anything that will let you guys think that you're the benefactors. They could basically post it in the world anywhere and then say JETP itself as the funder is putting out this tender in the benefit of ESCOM, and therefore it will go through. And that's what's going to happen. So we are arguing things that we will not even understand where they come from when we argue about why we're not going to change the rules. It's purely because by this session that is being sitting today on COP27, they need to announce that South Africa has removed the obstacles to make sure that the procurement of these things goes ahead without too much hindrance from the South African public. I see a lot of people are raising their hands.
You see why I needed to ask you that particular question. It has agitated conversations now. I thought it needed to be brought back from your discussion. It's one of those that I was paying close attention to. No, thank you very much, man, leader, for breaking it down for us and make it a little bit simple for us to understand, because it can be such a complex matter that sometimes we are just looking on top and we're not aware of what might be brewing from deep within. Mr. T, I think we've lost some of our speakers. And Travel T, we are gonna put you here, and I see people want to engage you. I wanted to give new speakers first. Please, you are most welcome to equally note your questions. I see Simo's hand is up, but let me start with Nico. Nicole, or it's Nicole, it's not Nico. Nicole, let me give you the platform. I equally see your hand is up, and also you're a new speaker, so you can make your submission on and also pose your question to Triple T. You can take the platform. Nicole Coffee.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, leader.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to come on this space. I do come on Mr. T spaces, much appreciated. The brother who spoke previously, Triple T, he's so on point. He's so on point. I clap. He's so on point. He's putting it out there. He's putting the facts out there, not opinions, facts. But I'm just going to be quick on this. Look, COVID was a scam. Climate change is also a scam. Unfolding, engineered by the same players, same actors, all for the money. And in the process of making big money, there are African countries are prepared to sell their sovereignty for the monies that's coming in. And in South Africa, you have a president who only sees dollars. That's all he sees. And the people that actually funded him to be where he is, they've given him a mandate, and he's executing his mandate with precision. When you look at Cyril, that's how you must look at him. He's executing a mandate that has been given to him. And that mandate is to hand the state over to private capital, white private capital. That's all what is playing out, and that is what is happening. Everything that is being done according to a blueprint, step by step. That's what it is. And the unfortunate part is the majority of us who are poor Black people, low income earners, we are going to bear the brunt of what is transpiring. But whether we know it or not is another issue. I think I don't need to go too much. I'm just going to leave it as that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. I don't think there was a question to Triple T. I saw your hand and thought you might be having a question for him. Hence, I allowed you first, but it's okay nonetheless. I am going to then give a Sibusiso. Yes, Sibusiso the platform. You can unmute yourself, Leader.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone on the platform. I think I want to start. Let me start. The first issue I wanted to raise the issue of the ANC renewal, but I would like to start with the issue that Triple T raised on what happened in Ekurhuleni. I think what happened it's very unfortunate. For me, it's a display of political immaturity of the highest order. But I think it's not so much a reflection of on the ANC, but it's also more of a reflection towards the EFF. Because if you watch those developments closely, what happened is that there was a motion of no confidence that was put by the ANC. I think it was on substance. It was a very good motion, and the EFF, instead of voting with that motion, the EFF threw a tantrum and walked out. Now you don't walk out during a motion of no confidence, and then once it's passed, you come back and say that when you want to lead a coalition. I mean, you just don't. I don't think that any self-respecting organization would allow that, whereby an organization that doesn't support its motions then comes back and say that based on a deal that we had, we can now proceed with the deal. Clearly, the EFF has no problem with voting for the DA as they did, even though the DA clearly tells them straight to their faces that we do not need your vote. You can keep your vote, but the EFF keeps willing to give, is willing, more than willing to give them their vote. So I think it's quite unfortunate. I think maturity needed to be displayed, and I think we would have restored some sense of normalcy in the running of the city. But what I wanted to speak about, I think on the question of renewal, I think there was a speaker, I'm not sure if it's Simo, who spoke about at length about the ANC and its renewal and whatnot. And I've been watching the developments towards the conference that is going to take place in December. And one of the things that I've often asked myself about this renewal is that, when you study the history of the ANC, you notice that the ANC has undergone periods of difficulty. But in those periods, what became a deciding factor whether the ANC was able to survive or not was the quality of its membership. So the ANC, had this pool of quality people, quality membership that it could draw leadership from. It could draw ideas from, and that was a deciding factor in terms of whether the ANC was able to renew itself. So a question that is often, I've often asked myself, and this is a question that has been in my mind, I think since 2017. I think President Mbeki asked the same question in a lecture about Oliver Tambo. He asked that, do we have the right capable the right quality of members in the ANC to rescue the ANC from what is now seen as an existential threat? My answer to that, I can leave it to the National Conference to answer it. But from what I've seen, I'm not convinced that the membership of the ANC, including myself as well, we are, we have the right caliber of people who can rescue from what we are seeing. And if you are saying that a lot of it, the renewal program hinges on the outcomes of the conference, I mean, the question I'm asking myself is who are those people who are part of that conference? Who are the delegates? A couple of months back, I think it was 2 months or a month ago, we watched the Communist Party of China going to its national conference, and it was about 3,000 delegates, and we were told that these people are people who were experts, who were quality. There was emphasis on quality, on the quality of the delegates. That some of them are experts in their fields. Some of them have had a long-standing membership of the party. Some of them have, they bring various skills and expertise, and they are able to grapple with the challenges, of the project that the Communist Party is trying to achieve in China. So I ask myself then that if you take an ordinary Sibusiso from Guatemala and you ask them to go to sit in a national conference and discuss the NHI, and we say that so it's something that I think we ought to reflect on in terms of this renewal, in terms of whether are we having the right, do we have the capacity to actually renew? Because I think any organization, the reflection of any organization, it's on its members. But just to also touch a bit on the issues, the issue of I think the energy crisis. I think that I totally agreed with what Mr. Tributi was saying in terms of that there is an attempt, a clear. In fact, it's no longer a matter of debate, but it's there are facts before on the table, and the president goes to a G7 summit. I'm not sure whether it was 2021 or 2020, but he went to a G7 summit, and at the end of that summit, President Biden announces that the G7 agrees that all countries that are there are going to switch off their power stations, and he says that even those that are not part of the G7 are part of this arrangement. And our government said nothing to either refuse that. Instead, what followed is those that we were told that there were loans which were would assist us to make this just transition. So you can tell that already there is already there is a submission towards global capitalist interest, which want to obviously. And then if you look in terms of our resource on coal, this just transition, it's happy. We are told of a just transition, and then if you look in terms of our coal exports to coal exports to America, coal exports to China, coal exports to Germany, in the last 3 to 4 months, they've shot up the roof since the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine situation. You've seen that they've shot up the roof. In fact, they are going back to coal. And we, on the other hand, we are told to switch off our power stations. So it gives credence to what has been happening. That in Eskom there is a decision that is already taken that this load shedding is just to force us to agree to a proposal that once it's suggested that Eskom it is unworkable and therefore it must be sold to this global interest, and we would easily agree to that. So you see these things, and these are things that I think that if any organization should be at the agenda of the organization of the ANC, it's going to a conference. So there should be serious debate about the energy needs of this country. There should be serious debate, but you don't see that. Actually, some of the branches that are going to city that were sitting for their PGMs. Very few of them. Well, I've not seen any of them, but I'm sure there would be few of them that would discuss this matter of energy as a serious crisis point. That is not only, not only threatening the existence of South Africa, but the ANC itself. If self-preservation is the first law, then the ANC, you would think that the ANC would be, agile around this matter of energy, but you don't see that, being debated. So it's something that, leaves you with questions, that in terms of, are we still in the right path? Are we still able to lead South Africa when things are just happening and the organization itself is not clear on some of these matters? I could go on and on about the matters. There are issues of Phala that the organization itself is unclear on. You speak to NEC members, they are not. They would not provide you with any answer that shows that this matter has been explained or even placed before their agenda. So yes, there's a lot, colleagues and comrades, that we could. But I think these are some of the issues that I think any sound thinking organization saying people should be discussing, and you don't find that enough. Thank you very much. Let me just pause it here.
Thank you for your submission as Busiso. I just want to provide one particular clarity point of interest. The EFF has never sponsored any motion for anyone to be removed. So to claim that the EFF worked on its own motion, it's a little bit far-fetched, but I understand your submission and leadership. Let me give Kawe. Yes, leader.
It was an ANC motion that the EFF walked out on. So the point I was making is that you don't walk out on my motion and then you come back and expect me to vote for your candidate. That is.
No, thank you very much for that particular submission, Ketabil. Let me then go to Kawe. Kawe, you can take the platform.
Hi, Ralocha, Mr. T. Didumedisa mopostolo moholo monna wa pura. Makeba. Banna ka moka le basadi ba leng gona mo spacing se. Awa, ke a lotša batho ka moka. Mr. T, current affairs. Hey, long time, man. We only wanna re tshwarana ka mo site-eng ka mo le mo di-pavementing. Re bonana re fetana ka tsela. Maabane be ke etetse monno mongwe wa mopostola, not a politician, ka mola ba bolela ka di-cardinals. Ke no dula ke theletša fela. Le ka mo be ke nyaka go theletša be ke sa nyaka go bolela today. Ke no theletša gore batho ba reng ka gore ao a re lapisitšwe go bolela, man, Mr. T, ga le re bolela. It's time that something happens. But unfortunately, Mr. T, why is there no movement? Why is there no reaction? Why are we not seeing people reacting in the way that we thought they should be reacting? It's because for many years, we have been riding on the backs of the working class, the poor, the marginalized. They've been carrying us. It is not the intellectuals who've been driving this revolution. No, the poor. And they're tired. A certain generation has come and gone. And there has not been a handing over of the baton. Or rather, there's been no interest on the other side to say, okay, now that this generation has done its part, what do we do from here? But we're talking current affairs. I want to start with that skunk called Sullivan. I know his agents are here. Some who are not here, but Swana Constitution, they do have parallel accounts. They must go and tell those fools, They must go tell them, we're not scared of them. Cannot be as told by a settler. I will allow the TV or not to share it. I'm sad or man. But the more that's the first point I want to deal with. The submission tripled down.
Very interesting, Sposiso as well, Lapana Hindoteshen of Fidel Castro. Mr. T, the question now is, with these concluded contracts, that clean, green energy and all of that, is where does it leave us in relation to our relationship with BRICS and our commitment with BRICS? The EU has now got a very firm grip on us once more, led by the British and the Americans, who have done nothing for us. They've done nothing for us. We struggled, we fought, they were not there for us. Now we're going back to these people who are led by Mr. Insurrection. Ba amogela Mr. T, o tsebe gore ma o kena mo ofising monna gešo tse ka moko bo di bolela mo re botša ka revolution le mo postola le fita ka kwa ba re banna gape re nyako dia dilo je 1 2 3 gape a re bolele ba no re mo postolo monna re nyaka kereke e gole monna 2 billion ke a shi swara ka mo ska bolela wana amogelo a kenya ka potli. That's the nature of politics. We're no more driven by principles. We are driven by the purse. How fat is your purse? That is why you have Ramaphosa in his cabinet. Ba filwe di packs tse dimpša. Ba no add le ska patela electricity, ke tla le kenetša le di generator, di lo tše ka moka. Flying with your families and all the nonsense that he has added onto that. Because we are no more committed on basis of principle. So we're never gonna win this war. My main worry is not really about myself, it's about my country, but it's more about, again, not even more, it's more about my country, and I'm also concerned about my children and my grandchildren. And the great-grandchildren, the generations to come. When you have in other parts of the continent people saying, France, I coupe baba, pomala, when I'm Mr. Tiwa, which are right, thank you. Now you'll never have an interaction, you'll never have a rise. Somebody asked a question, i-response yabantu basemzansi izovela kuphi kulezi zinto ezenzekayo. There are no more activists. That's where the problem lies. You no longer have activists. Somebody spoke about these issues. So you speak about these issues being discussed in branches of the ANC. Let me tell you, man, there are no branches of African National Congress. There are no branches. There are numbers there, Baba. When they don't form a quorum, they ask somebody to go and get people to come and say yes, 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 and then it's done. It's sealed. There is no more an opportunity for people to sit down and vigorously discuss and debate issues. So whatever that is put onto your face about the economy, about energy, about just about everything else, it goes, because they know you are powerless. They know we have been rendered useless. In another space, I posed a question about the mobilization of the masses. And Comrade Batabile Dlamini said to me, there was a deliberate program to demilitarize and demobilize the masses. And these are things that Mr. T are done through the very smart people, you know, who understands how politics works. Not naloena revolution, but politics. You know, things change. Mopostolo tla bona di day ba o kenya ka mola lo ena o setse o le minister or our happy dilo di change ile ka mo. You're no longer going to be listening to the ordinary man. let me just remind you what happened when Mbeki and Mandela left the country. For the first time after Mandela's release, we got it from them that socialism was not an official position of the African National Congress. We heard it from them. Na le ba bangwe be re bina re discussa mo di branching tsa bo psycho, bo COSAS and all of those things way back. Re discussa dilo tse. Re bolela ka socialism. Re bina ka socialism. And then boom, we are told, hey, that is not a policy position of the African National Congress. Many years back, Mr. T, of our right to vote, not freedom. We don't have freedom. I don't want to teach a Mogul freedom. I don't have freedom. After we got the right to vote, I was invited by a certain minister in some portfolio to go and discuss some business with some American people. And as we were seated there, one of the issues that I raised, is the issue of beneficiation. We know what was the policy of the African National Congress then. How communities should benefit as foreign companies and so forth come and establish businesses or pursue business interest in the country. When I raised that question, that was my last time in such meetings. Because then where it goes around, I'm just saying these things, I'm all over because there's so much to say. There's so much to say and on what is happening in the country. And we'll never get it right, Mr. Tso. And that is why many of you have left the country. My kids tell me, Dad, we live in this country. Because people don't see any potential. Nobody's prepared. I'm not prepared to go to prison. I can say all the nonsense I want to say here on this Twitter spaces and about constitution need taking note because but let me tell you, I've done my part. I'm not prepared to go to prison. So on many of us, on many of those that came after us, who are up there, who are making the right noises, it's either they've got something they get something into your pocket, or they pull some files, and they tell you continue making that noise and see what will do to you. And that is why we see some of these young people are kind of toned down a little bit. It's no more as we had the noises that we heard, before, especially Le Nagamo Postol, after we defected. Yeah. There was a lot of noise, correct and right noise, yes. But unfortunately is that, but the file. But it's very papa, but it's very the file. Some more too much. And then we toned down. But really, Mr. T, I don't have much to say today because I'm really frustrated. I just wanted to sit here and listen. But I know, as I listened to Triple T, as I listened to Makeba, as I listened to there's another chap who spoke much earlier. I listen to these things and I really get frustrated because I realize for years, yabantu who had nothing to lose. They had nothing to lose. Your COSATU has been neutralized, which was a strong working force, working class. If COSATU, Mopostolo, can you today call for a complete shutdown in this country? No. I don't care who says it. No. A big no. Because those that carried you on their backs, right now, Balapil, right now, they're focusing on the little that they can get. Right now, the masses have been demobilized, demilitarized. Oh, and Papa. le ka se ba bone ba bangwe gape. That's all I'm gonna say, Mr. T. Mopostolo, awa monna a re tsweletse pele leina morero wa modimo monna. Rena re no rapela fela re shumaele re tswe mo dilong monna. Ke a leboga bagaetsho.
Nya go lebogile rona gaetsho modimo ke yo. The next speaker was going to be Simo, but I see he dropped down. Let's hope that he will come back. So let me. Masha has come back. I think I lost Masha earlier on. You can take the platform, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Ntweyu, and good day to everyone on the floor, and thanks to other speakers who have touched on the number of issues that are basically wanted to also give summary on the various issues, more especially of the energy transition that Mr. Triple T has elaborated on. So basically, yeah, we are in the trenches as South Africans, and the most painful part is the ordinary South African, the working class, the taxpayer is not aware of what is happening and the implications of what is happening and how that is going to affect him or her in the near future and his children. As we speak, South Africans are already buying energy from foreign-owned companies through IPPs. Those companies from Europe. We've got a big solar farm there in the Northern Cape owned by Jeff Bezos of Amazon. A few other projects that are already linked to the Eskom grid. So technically, we are already buying. When you boil your water to make a cup of coffee at your household, you know that electricity is coming from, you are paying a European, for those units that you are consuming at your household. So that's basically some of our new reality that comes with this new dawn. And basically it shows that Ramaphosa has a mandate, which is very clear from those who funded his campaign in the 2017 ANC conference, is to hand the SOEs to them one way or the other and to weaken the ANC. If you look around, there are soldiers, US soldiers in the South African soil. There are CIAs. All these things are happening. And the NEC has no voice and cannot hold members in government leadership position accountable about the decisions that they are making. So basically, if the NEC is voiceless, it means there is no leadership, the real leadership, that the branches have mandated to implement the resolutions of the conference. I think the international players have identified weaknesses in the ANC and the general awareness or lack of by South African citizens on issues that affect them on a daily basis. And they are capitalizing on it. Hence, all these issues that are happening, all these loans that the president, the deals that he's making with international players. And people are not talking about it, only the few. But the problem is we don't have influence to stop it. Because the right people who are supposed to do that are quiet. They're not doing anything about it. So it's a scary situation. Even the BE issue, Triple T has correctly put it. It comes from the top. There was an IMF delegates here in June in the country. And one of their conditions of how their money or loan should be used is to remove any thing that they identify as not friendly towards them conducting business in South Africa. And we know how international players and companies, mostly white-owned, are feeling about the BE issue. So it's not surprising that all these are happening. So I just wanted to touch on those issues. But we're in the trenches. Thanks to everyone for all the contribution that you have made. I'll end it here for now.
Thank you very much, Imasha, for your submission, leadership. Let me give the network engineer the platform. You may take the platform, leader.
No, thank you, guys. Greetings to all of you. It's very important to greet people that set your morality and everything in everyday life. Okay, what I want to talk about, I had, I don't remember who said that the ANC, with the EFF, that decision that they made in the Agrulane, talking about the motion that ANC put their motion or put their motion, and if it didn't support them. Okay, fine, I hear you, but that you know that they're both fighting for power, so there is no interest for black people. You can say that no, EFF they gave DA power to rule again, whereas NC, whereas they didn't give the NC. So there's no difference there. I don't see any different, because even if you give NC power, they'll do the same thing. They won't do good things. So it's all on the same thing. So it doesn't matter who did what and everything. It's just politics and power. And they all want power. That's just that. In terms of the whole government as we have now, the NC government, right? I hear people saying that no, NC has done a lot since 1994 and everything. We can argue that they did. Probably they built like houses for people, or the home for the needy. But okay, isn't that the government responsibility, right? And if you can see the shared work they did in terms of houses they built for people, It's a low-cost houses, right? It's not fitting for money that they've been using for it, right? Take that money that you were supposed to build for homes, good homes, and then give it to other countries like Rwanda, like let me say Kenya, like Ghana. Give them that budget that you're supposed to build for our poor, and then give it to Ghana and everything, and see what can build for their poor. So we can't praise ANC for what they were supposed to do, and even they were supposed to do it better. They didn't do it. They did a shady work, and then you are saying that no, ANC built like more homes, and yeah, we were supposed to do that. If you had a proper government, you should have done more. So you did less, and then took a lot of money or do corruption. You were supposed to do better for black people. And on top of that, this is shocking. On top of that, the country is not producing their own things and selling it outside. From the past 1994, post 1994, we have less and less factories. We are producing less than before, and we are exporting. We are importing more, which you don't have money for that because now we are owing. Like IMF, we're owing those companies, Britain and everything. Instead of growing the country, we're paying back the debt that we accumulated, right? That happened after Mbeki because we were growing with 6%. I don't if it's 6% or 3%. I'm applying there, but I'm not sure. But we were growing before Mbeki, with Mbeki on the helm, and we had like 1 trillion more of our GDPs, right? But now we are 2 trillion less. So even if you like that debt, you won't even like circulate in the next 50 years. What do you say about the next generation? We're already in debt as a generation. Even if any government can come in, like DA, like EF can come in, they're gonna struggle because they have to pay this debt because now the GDP is less and we're not growing. So we're already stuck with the ANC, who's willing to destroy this country with impunity. Now they are busy fighting in the factions, like who's better, who's a sellout, who's not a sellout. We're busy like talking about Zuma, who's already his legacy is gone. Like he was a president already. He's gone, but now we're still talking about him instead of growing the country. We're saying Ramaphosa is sellout. Okay, we know Ramaphosa does his thing, and it's unbelievable what is still a president after what happened in Palapal. I can't believe it. He's still a president. But okay, it's fine. We can't do anything because we are not in parliament. There are people in parliament who are supposed to do their work and then hold him accountable, right? But NC won't do that because they are not willing to move away. And I'm telling you now, even if they lose power, this country will not be governed properly because they will make sure that they will try to destroy this country. So if we are talking about the ANC that said no, ANC is in a renewal. Come on, guys, we are bluffing. Renewal. Where? No, guys, no. So the only option that you have now, guys, in 2024, I'm pleading with you, remove ANC while we can. What if still have that small thing that you have as a country? Because now, after 2024, we bring the ANC back, and I'm telling you guys, that's a final nail in the coffin. We won't come back from that. So somebody who's saying that ANC can still like renew itself, come on, man, you are playing. You are playing with us, and you are a part of people who are destroying this country. So, guys, that's my only input. I wanted just to say, no, don't praise NC that no, they did something that no, they were supposed to do that even more, but they did less. But they're always coming out. No, we did this. No, You were supposed to do that as a government, but you didn't do much as we're supposed to be. Given to another country like Singapore or other country, Rwanda, that are growing like fast. If they were given this budget, there will be more like development and everything. So, guys, that's my only opinion that I wanted to put on you. Thank you.
And thank you very much, leader, for your submission. Let us current. I think the current speaker. Oh, please do. If you dropped down or you fall off, you can request the mic back. I realized that some of our speakers had fallen off earlier. Please do send the mic back, and we will definitely approve your request. Then you can come and give us your opinion on current affairs. Greetings to those who have just joined us with Mr. T. We are definitely back. We got a guarantee that we are back. So you are most welcome back to Mr. Sweu's Spaces. I am the Apostle Deza, and yeah, today we are discussing current affairs in South Africa. Various the topics, matters of energy being discussed, the current leadership, ESCOM, you name it. So you are most welcome. Bottom left, you can request the mic, and we will then approve your request. I am now going to hand the mic to round 2.
Good morning, the Apostle, Mr. Tweu, the speakers and the listeners. It's so nice to have you guys back. But before I start submitting, kunesisho sesiZulu esithi ke ifa leyiwula liyodliwa yihlakaniphi, and liphinde lithi ke utshani obulele buvuswa ngumlilo. So unfortunately, we as South African, we are facing that, and then we need to organize ourselves differently now to be able to fight against whatever that is happening. When I'm saying organizing ourselves, I'm not calling for people to say we must go on the street and burn tires. Burning tires is not going to open job opportunities for us. But the reason why I've decided to take a mic, it's the powerful submission from the guy who Triple Tau. We are very lucky that we still have people who comes out and share the information that they have. Not just information, it's the information that the guy is sharing is like nation building. We were being reminded that there is about 1.5 trillion rand available for this energy transition. And then he unpacked the disadvantage and then the advantages of this. So we, as especially young people, those ones who are educated, to take advantage of what Mr. Tau or what is happening in South Africa. If we still have people that can be able to unpack it for us and make us to understand the dynamics and the complex of this thing, we must also be able to identify opportunities, spaces where we can penetrate and be part of what is happening, regardless whether we like it or we don't like it. The point of the matter here is that there are opportunities that will be available. And then those opportunities that will be available will be only for those who will think smart, who will see the gap, and then who will want to move and close that gap. I'm going to repeat again. There is 1.5 trillion rand. There is no way that the ANC will eat or will chow that money alone with the Europeans without us getting even what is so-called crumbles. We need those. In the form of what? In the form of a grant. They are there. I've attended anyway one of the conference Triple Tau said. I was part of the 7 people that were there. Grants are gonna be there, definitely. And then only those who knows that there will be grant will be able to grant those grants. Loans will be there, and then only those who will be able to put their hands in the cookie jar
will be able to get whatever percentage, even if it's not 1% of the 1 trillion. It's fine. As people of this country, whenever we get the chance to get our hands there, that's what we need to encourage. So I'm very disappointed, more especially on the elders that came in the platform and spoke instead of encouraging young people to see an opportunity. They speak to tell us that the country has gone. The country is gone. What must we do? Must we fold our hands and wait for someone to call a national shutdown and then we go and burn tires and then we loot shops? No. We need people that will encourage us and tell us that for those who see opportunities, organize yourself, bring up the proposal. It doesn't matter whether the BEE it's being scrapped or not. Opportunities are always going to be there for everyone, for people that put themselves in a correct position of those opportunities is there. The only thing that will happen is when we come with the narrative of we just want to benefit without doing anything. It's us now who's supposed to be taking advantage of those loans and get the smallest grant that we can get and open businesses, whether you want to manufacture solar or whether you want to manufacture the batteries or something there in that industry that you can do in order for us to employ people of our own communities. There will be opportunities like that. Whether they're going to be successful with that or not, we really need to get our hands to that 1.5 trillion rand. Whether you take that money and then you repurpose it and invest it somewhere else, it's fine. The point of the matter, we need people that will encourage us to go get that money. And then we can also not sit here and discuss ANC and its failures. We are here where we are because of the ANC. Where I grew up in a mining town. There's a town called Barberton. I'm lucky that I've moved around the mining towns. We have seen that those mines back then during the apartheid government, some of the community were benefiting because the mines were building schools, they were maintaining the infrastructure, roads, there were clinics, and the sports facilities, of which even today the ANC is failing to maintain those infrastructure that were built by the previous regime. So with regards to the ANC and conference and what, we only need to get a coffin and then we bury them December or 2024. And then what EFF, I don't like EFF, but what they have done in Ekurhuleni, they're supposed to do it everywhere where they get a chance to just kick the ANC down the cliff and roll up until they crash somewhere in the rocks. Because what they are doing to this country, they inherited a very beautiful country that had a system that was working for one race. They were supposed to take that system because they did not have any system of their own and just implement it in us black people. So we don't see any opportunities of industrialization, but hence we are always claiming that we are ready. We are not taking part in agriculture, but we have seen farms that were bought from white people, and then those farms today, they are nothing. So all what I want to encourage, especially young people in this platform that are listening now, let's excuse ourselves from this politics of old people. Old people, we know that they always bitter and angry about something. We need to look at a different direction now on how can we fix our country, and then taking every opportunity that we see in front of us without politicizing that opportunity. If there is someone from EFF, the guy, he can do something, he can produce, and then we can support that guy. We need to do that. We need to be speaking about industrialization, manufacturing. There's a 4IR. We don't even know where to participate because we always involve ourselves in politics of the old people that are grumpy, that are not having any type of plan for this country. So when we talk about the plan of or the future of South Africa, it's us young people, and then us young people, the 1.5 trillion rand that is available, we need to have a plan on how we can get our hands in that money and then try to create job opportunities for the other people that cannot and employ more. As for closing of coal, I think the ANC as well here, it's playing, is making the European fools. They're not going to close these coal mines. What they've done in Komati, I'm thinking that it's just deliberately so that they can get the money and then they will try to open that power station maybe because comrades have TLBs there. Comrades have lot of equipment in those mine in those power stations. So it means now when you close that, all the people that were getting money from those power stations now must go hungry. The aunt that used to have a caravan there making food, the old man who just resigned and bought a truck to transport coal to the power station, the people that were fencing. I mean, it's a lot of supply chain that is involved. So really, if the ANC they planning to close those power stations, we don't even have to wait for 2024. Actually, we must then try to go and destroy the Tuli house so that they don't exist at all because they not only cutting one person in the food chain, they're cutting a lot of people, the community around that power station. They're supposed to be making money with the trucks. If they pass there, they buy food. And then if they need a power station to make this demonstration with, there is Ngakane power station. That power station is not in use. They're supposed to go and demonstrate this idea that they have there and open more opportunities and leave the operating power station running. But anyway, what am I saying? Because it's the ANC. ANC, they are unpredictable. They are thugs. They are everything. So the old people that are here telling us that they still have a hope that ANC will renew itself. You know what? Take your ANC to your grave. We are tired of you. We as young people, we cannot even maneuver. You try to do any small business in your home where you are, you take the electricity. What is it that you want from us to do in order to support this economy? You are useless, man, ANC. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Lisa, for your submission. Please excuse me. There was something that was choking me. And I know it sounds like I was laughing, but believe you me, I'm not. Tofilax, the platform is yours, leader. It's good to see you and welcome back. You may take the platform.
Thank you so much, co-host, and good morning to you. Good morning to Mr. T, and good morning to the listeners and speakers in the platform. It's really great to have you back. It's good to speak about what is going on in the country at the moment, but it's also great to get what people are thinking as well, because I think as we battle our ideas, we get to a certain point of clarity where we can have some direction going forward. But co-host, I think South Africa is going to be at a crossroads again. I think more than it was before the 1994 vote, the democratic vote, because this crossroads really brings us to a place where we were when the IFP and the ANC was fighting on the ground, because the nationalist government wanted to push the IFP down our throats, and IFP, I think, was battling the ANC on the ground so that they could get an upper hand. And the IFP was definitely the preferred candidate of the Nationalist Party to run the country after 1994. But then what happened was that the civic organizations worked very hard on the ground for the ANC people to battle in their communities. And what we saw on the day we were voting was the longest of queues ever in a vote to vote for the ANC. But I say we're at a crossroads now because what we have noticed in the past 5 years has been the betrayals of all betrayals, but it is the betrayals of what has been the story of Africa since we have been colonized. I mean, if you look at how Lumumba was betrayed by his trusted Mobutu, who took over, how Sankara was betrayed by Blaise, and how Machel was betrayed by Frelimo. I think those are the betrayals we can easily call upon. But I think Africa speaks of many betrayals that we don't discuss or we don't talk about. And we don't actually use these betrayals as a roadmap because we, like the previous speaker has said, he doesn't want to listen to history. He doesn't want to reflect on history because he thinks that with this trillions we are going to be have many opportunities. But we have lent so much money in the past 5 years. So let us see where the opportunities are. Because today the Eastern Cape is 50% of the youth is unemployed. Or let's put it 50% of the population in Eastern Cape is unemployed. And 50% of the youth nationally is unemployed. So much has been done in terms of all the loans. I don't think these loans are going to help us. These loans come in the form of many things. It doesn't just come in the form of money. So what are we going to pay for those loans? But I think we also need to reflect on Central America. Central America's story is very much the same story as the African story. And today, 95% of Central America is a socialist continent. So why can't Africa be a socialist continent? I think that in 1994, if the story of the ANC with those negotiations, if they did not agree, the ANC now, to disband the nuclear program, and if we had kept on the nuclear path, if we had kept our nuclear arms, we wouldn't have the mess that we are in today. Nobody would mess with a country who has got nuclear arms. And South Africa was the only country on this African continent that had a nuclear bomb. And if we had kept and not listened to the national government, because the national government, their biggest fear was us reorganizing ourselves or a resurgence in producing or concentrating on the nuclear bomb. And that is why today or yesteryear when Jacob Zuma was in power, they didn't want the Russians to come into the country because of the nuclear armament race coupled with the nuclear energy. So I think we need to get our thoughts and really clear as to where we are. But let's come to where we're going to be with the next vote. I think the crossroads presents ourselves that the campaign against the ANC by media, by the political forces, by white monopoly capital, by CIA and MI6 has been largely successful. I mean, no way. I think we will be the joke of the ton because we have allowed ourselves to be so gullible to believe all these forces to go and destroy an ANC. We have not seen the ANC as our liberator. We have not seen the ANC as the force to bring us our freedom. What we have done is that we have worked against all the forces. All of us have worked with the forces to bring this great ANC down. So where does that leave us? It leaves us at this very crossroads. Because look, I'm sorry, co-host, to say this. How much can we trust the EFF? I mean, how much do we want to go into a coalition government where tomorrow we have got no certainty, where next year we have got no certainty in terms of delivery? Because what is it that we want? All we want is service delivery. All we want is a safe South Africa. All we want is a better tomorrow. All we want is employment. It's all we want is for our children to be safe. no kidnapping, no nothing, no, very little crime, because look, there's no society that will be without a crime. So what options do we have? I say that we have got so little options that we are back to where we were prior to the 1994 moment, because which way are we going to pull? We are so self-hating. We have got so much self-destructiveness that we rather self-destruct in order to be opportunistic in terms of our own better tomorrow. We'd rather sit and fight with our neighbors. We'd rather sit and kill ourselves instead of building a new tomorrow. And yes, with the fourth industrial revolution, we can talk about the fourth industrial revolution, but we need more of a mental revolution, because that mental revolution has got to speak to us as to what it is we want. What type of system do you want? What do you think is going to be the best option forward? And I think for those political parties who offer the better solution, who offer for the better prospect, they are not in the media. They don't have the media coverage. They don't have the media airtime. And you don't ask yourself the question why. You don't ask yourself the question why EFF is constantly in the media, or why the ANC is constantly in the media. It's because it's the manipulation. It's the media campaign. It's the forces that are working with you. Of course, the CIA and the MI6 is involved. Of course, they're pushing you into a particular direction. But no, you're too busy fighting with yourself instead of you looking at the light. So this moment, this new moment, I think is either going to plunge us into complete hell, more hell than what we are at the moment, or it will be a turning point. It is your choice at the end of the day. I would suggest that you sit back and you really think about what it is. Either you want to destroy what South Africa can be, or you can say, let us go for maybe one of these unknowns, or maybe we can sit down and say, yes, we do need an ANC. Yes, we do need an EFF. There's no way that they can't be part of the political landscape. But how do we better utilize them, that they are not just a force for themselves, but they are a force for the whole of South Africa, to deliver the better South Africa that we all dream about? Because the underlying tone for all of us on this platform, for this country, is that we ourselves, as Africans, as South Africans, all we want is a better tomorrow for all of us, not just for those who live in the suburbs, the leafy suburbs. We couldn't care less about them, but it is for those who constantly work in the underclass community, the underclass economy, the people who work the hardest at any part of the economy to earn less than $1 a day. So, comrades, the choice is yours. Thank you, co-host.
No, thank you very much for your submission, Tofulax. Always great to have you coming up here. Lizzie, where will be the next speaker? You can unmute your microphone, Lid.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? I'm sorry. I'm not gonna dwell too much on the greetings. I don't have power, guys. I'm literally just latching on the last pieces of my battery. Yeah. So here's my view. I think there is absolutely nothing beautiful about the ANC, and in actual fact, the last 5 years have been an unveiling of what they really truly are. The fact that we are sitting in this circus right now, in this crime scene, in this movie, and none of them have spoken out. I don't care if they could fight for liberation. Why are they scared of each other if they really fought for liberation? Because then why must this group, this movement of people that supposedly liberated you, why are they now scared? They're old anyway. You know, I was listening to the news the other day, and Okwete Mantashe went into a squatter camp, And they started asking him about the NEC and whatever, and he says, no, I still want to serve there for the next 10 years, then I'll retire. And I'm thinking to myself, we have an unemployed youth, and this is what these people are thinking about. So I actually don't want service delivery if it's not going to be equal for all citizens, because they are doing exactly what the apartheid government did. Our society is unequal, and everything is deliberate, including all of these political parties. It's like it's a little distraction. I don't know by what. It's like I feel so betrayed, and it's our people, it's the natives that have betrayed us, because we ended up with a group of a few elites who felt entitled to the power of governance in this country. And they used us to threaten the white men, only to drop us as soon as they get a little piece of the pie. They're elitists. None of them are poor. None of their children actually live in this country for the most part. They have all the privileges that we thought we would have. And now they've run this economy down, and there isn't a single ANC member that is fighting, except for Carl Niehaus, except for a white man. Like, I'm really disappointed. It's a white man that is fighting within the ANC. What are they so scared of? They are scared of losing tenders. Is that what we are worth? Guys, is that what we are worth as South Africans? Because Nami, tomorrow, if you vote me into power and you don't protect me, because that's what we are doing. We aren't protecting the right people there, so we might as well get rid of that party and give a brand new political party a chance of really tired South Africans who want to make a change. I don't want service delivery. I want this country's economy. I want everything that belongs to South Africa. I don't just want service delivery. Trust me, if you give me this economy, I'll deliver the service to myself, by myself. I'll be so empowered that I can decide that, no, you know what, I'd rather have a supply, a water supply from a bowl or whatever. I'll have that freedom. And I'll be so liberated that any government, it can take me 5 minutes to remove them when I'm not happy. But they will have to be solving the economic problem, not sweeping streets and doing whatever. I'm sure if we are economically liberated, all of those things can easily take care of themselves. That's why white neighborhoods are so well governed. It is not the government, it's not even DA here. You hire companies, you pay levies so that people clean around you and all of that. And that's the power of economic liberation that the ANC does not want to give its people, because it will expose them. We need to vote that party out. In fact, that whole parliament needs to leave. And guys, you see this thing of them, this tactic, this apartheid-like thing of arresting people, them arresting each other and all of that. It's the worst thing I have ever seen, ever. I never knew how cruel we are as natives. We are worse towards each other, and everyone is just sitting back and watching. Because how many times was crime used as a way to silence people in the apartheid era? And we are allowing the ANC government to bully our people by using the same tactics and calling it corruption every single time. Everything is corruption. You never know what charges are there. It's just a broad word, corruption. And then they say you are colluding or you did something. Yet all other companies are benefiting from this economy. You know, watching this Busisiwe Mkhwebane thing, and everyone is going crazy over a 12 million rand payment to an advocate. Like, then I don't know what we think we deserve. Like, Nyangshoka South Africans, can we please find a political party? I might just have a home, but all of this that I'm seeing is just a distraction, guys. That whole parliament is just a distraction. It's not keeping us focused on our resources, on our land. No one has said a single word with these renewables. None of them. No one in that parliament. You know, sometimes I get so motivated when I hear ATM saying they are going to court, they are going to open a case against Ramaphosa or against whatever. Because if this is how this government wants to treat us, and I don't understand, they used to poison each other so much. Why are they not poisoning each other now so that we can just find an easier way of getting rid of this mess, guys? Because we've been disarmed, literally. Why aren't they poisoning Ramaphosa so he can go to Russia and try and recover, or see if his Europeans can save him? Because I don't get it. He's the only person who hasn't been poisoned. But I'm mad and I feel so betrayed, and I wanted to let it out. Guys, there is a political party for our natives, and I think we need to give each other a chance on these spaces. And a lot of great minds can come together and we can find a way to fight for this country. But we cannot allow this deal to go through. Mina, I'm very scared. I'll land. Thank you. I still have a battery at least. Let me mute myself. Thank you, co-host.
No, thank you very much, Leader, for your submission. At least your battery sustained you to be able to make your submission. Triple T, I do see your hand. I wonder if it's a question or you wanted to come in now, because I was going to give you an opportunity later on. I wanted to take new speakers and then allow you to come in. Is it okay, Leader?
No, it's fine. Let others go through. I'll keep my contributions. It's okay. But I would say something to Liziwe, Tofolax, and 2.0 later, so it's fine.
No, thank you very much, Ketopel. Let me give Tabang Wabato an opportunity. You can come through, Leader. Tabang Wabato, if you can unmute yourself, bottom left.
Ela dumelang bana beso.
Dumelang pa.
Le batlong le ba tshweneng le lohle bo motaung bano ba Canada. Khale re sa bue. Ke lebala be mona re fumana nako. Ntate Mopostol.
My leader.
Ke kopa o bue jalo ka ke re tlwaetse utlwa o bua ke nako. Ska ra re ya dikgethong tse tlamehang hore batho ba bue. Ebe ka re jwale wa dikela ha ra ipotsa na ska ba mothengisi man. Bo mothengisi ba dikela ska ba nka mekgwa eo. My fellow citizens, ke ratile ha Metofolax le Liziwe ke manyo 2M ba buile ka nnete le bohle. I like when women are speaking and they take lead in a forums like this, anywhere else. You are born, you are made by nature to give spirit where it's needed. Please keep up by distorting hypocrites that are in a male form in this country. Normally they say women are emotional. That's an abuse statement. That's abuse notion that men try to assassinate characters, normally females. Now, because they don't want to listen to you, because they don't want to be led by you, because they don't want to be told that they are really, really thugs. That's why they went to ANC. Men have gone to ANC as thugs. Let me tell you, don't waste your time about talking about ANC. Let's form organizations that can discipline parliamentarians, that can discipline legislatures in the provinces, that can discipline councillors, all of them, irrespective of political backgrounds. If nothing has been delivered, nothing has been implemented, no laws that are harsh on criminals, we have to blame ourselves as citizens, not political parties. And women, you can take it on. Believe you me, you are in majority. You have a womb to bring birth, to bring humans on this planet. You have to take responsibility to garner, to discipline, to do everything that is needed. Please. And then so next time, please make women speak louder than men here. Organize them, make it an agenda. Please, before Refita December ANC nonsense. Make women to speak. We need to hear women. As that conference will be starting, women must have said something. Men are saying nothing here. They're busy behaving like wounded lions because they lost tenders, because their woman has been chowed by someone, comrade somewhere. You understand? We don't need that. That's toxic for society. What kind of generational, what do you call Generation Z and millennials that we are bringing on to lead this country? Think about it. They are frustrated as we speak. They see ugly things. I mean, we have legislatures that are dated by thugs, and then they take videos and post it on social media. What kind of country are we? And then we want to defend that. Thugs have been brought in this country by ANC people. That we cannot hide it. That we cannot be sorry about it. Thugs have been given birth by the government of ANC for the last 28 years. Because why? See what is happening. See what you are saying on the speakers. Listen to yourself, man. Listen to yourself. And please, next time, men, when you come on the spaces, let's not waste time. Let's not politicize by bringing ANC as if we're promoting ANC here. The title or the head subject line says currental affairs. Current affairs, yeah, it's not about ANC, guys. Please think about it. Let's call spade a spade and name people by names now. And say it and say it. Today we know that that Gwede is not there in that COP27. Ask yourself why Ramaphosa is speaking on behalf of Minister of Energy. It's thuggish. Nothing else can come and give us a proper answer. It's thuggish. They will come and speak an abusive language of telling you that because he's a president. But we know that he's thug. We don't have a president. We have a thug. Thank you.
Norman, thank you very much. Leadership indeed utlwagetse. Nna ke tla responda later nyana. Let me allow you at this point pass the mic to Phuthi. You can grab the mic, leadership. Phuthi, your mic got muted again. Oh, Phuthi fell off. I see we have opinion. Wait. I think he's still connecting. Okay. Let's give him or her a second. He's having some network challenges. I think it's connecting. So in a second, yeah, everyone, good morning and welcome back once more. Good afternoon. I think it has went beyond the morning at some parts of the world. Mr. T, I'm not sure what you're doing there with time. But yeah, good morning and good afternoon to the rest of the world, wherever you're joining us from. And welcome to our spaces with Mr. Sweu Spaces. Mr. Sweu, our host. We are discussing current affairs in South Africa and to a certain extent beyond South Africa. But our main focus is what is happening in South Africa currently. So we do have our speakers lined up here. If you want to join, you can request the mic. I think we've just added 2 new speakers that I am gonna give an opportunity to come in a second. So we are looking at matters related to energy. We are looking at matters relating to ESCOM. We are looking to matters related to government. So anything, it's a kind of an open mic. So you're not necessarily obliged to speak to energy. You can speak to current affairs, what is happening where you are. So you're most welcome. I will then hand the mic over to Black Man.
Thank you, host, co-host, and greetings to everyone in the space. I see many patriots here, and I was listening, and I wasn't intending to come up to speak. I just wanted to hear views on from patriots and South Africans in general until the previous speaker spoke, and I felt obliged to come up in the platform and rebut almost everything that he said. He sounds very populist to me. As a South African man, I felt attacked by this latter speaker, and there's absolutely nothing that made sense from what he was saying. And if opportunity was there at some point to debate whatever that he wants to say, I've got absolutely nothing against what Olizio was saying. And in terms of the topic, what you're discussing, I was listening to round 2, and I even commented in what he was saying. I agree with him 100%. But when it comes to these issues, I think most of us, because we are having phones, we can tweet anywhere, we can speak anywhere, we can do anything anywhere without thinking for a moment, what if what I'm about to say or tweet can be wrong? Most of us don't do that. We're speaking of new political parties and whatever. How many times are we going to keep on bringing new political parties into the fore? How long will that take? Why don't you go and join the EFF and change what you do not agree? Debate, convince the people inside the EFF on what you do not agree with. Show them your point of view so that they can tweak their policies to accommodate you or to show them a different direction that you think they don't see. Currently, in my opinion, I'm not a member of any political party, but I can tell you without any shadow of doubt, and I challenge anyone who believe that they've got a different view. The ANC has the best policies that can take South Africa forward, but there's everything wrong about the people who are leading the ANC and mostly even their membership. How many of us here have taken the time to even read the policies of the ANC? You will find that it's 3 out of 10. But yet we get into platform and speak because we have a phone. I can speak on a space, I have data, I have a social media account. What are the policies of EFF? Do you even know? Most of the people, you would find that when you engage them, they agree with about 80% of what the EFF stands for. But can they implement it? I don't know. Most people here have been ranting and raving about, for instance, Gayton McKenzie. He's doing well, until a month ago when he said, I'm changing my vote, I'm giving my vote to the ANC. Oh, all of a sudden he's a sellout. The question is, those people who are saying that, do you know what are the policies of Patriotic Alliance? Most of them, they don't know. We just like to waffle in spaces. Let's speak on informed decisions. Let's research before we even try to open our mouths. Because when I speak here, there are people who might be convinced on something which I haven't researched. People get convinced on lies. Let me make an example. Here's this Simba Chitando thing. They went to court with other people and then won a case, and Department of Home Affairs didn't oppose even that. The next thing, they print an article which shows something completely different than what was being discussed in court. Until today, this morning, the Department of Home Affairs came up and said, no, but this is a lie. That is not what is on the judgment. We are being fed propaganda, and we feed each other propaganda because we can speak English. Maybe we need to start speaking our mother tongues. Maybe logo kuzosinceda, because people here are so eloquent in speaking English, but in the end, there's nothing they have said. So my point, I don't want to mess up what Round 2 said here. I support everything. When he said, let's go and bury the ANC, there is absolutely nothing wrong. Bury the ANC, take their policies and implement them. That is what is going to take our country forward. I think I will land here, Patro. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for your submission, leader. I think we are going to move to the last speaker if I don't see any request before Triple Tau comes back. I have Code. I am Kid Nova. You can take the microphone, leader.
Dumelang, ninjani, sanbonani, abusheni. Yeah, it's when I Triple Tau. But yeah, for most of us, this is I'm sure Triple Tau will attest to this. This is we saw it coming, man. Literally, it's like a handbook. It's like reading a book but taking place in real life. Someone said we are living in a movie in South Africa, and you watch it take place, and it's like a mini series. It's a drama series. It unfolds every day, and what's happening, it's nothing new. The energy transition is nothing new. The policy is nothing new. The movements of the president is nothing new. I don't know if people have noticed how he moves. He's literally taking every position in every seat in parliament. But people are just, mum to everything. But yeah, it's we see it, man. We've been seeing it. His strategic moves, him scrapping the BE at ESCOM, it's just a build-up to another, process taking place, be it every other sector in South Africa, BE will be scrapped one by one. It's a strategic move, allowing power to go back to, it's been there, but giving total power back to people who had power before. So it's guys, the love of the ANC, I don't know where it comes from other people. We have people who are in spaces who live in rural areas. Know that there are people who are suffering for real, but they can afford to buy data and be in spaces and talk and, fight for the ANC. And you ask yourself, but you're still in poverty, but you are fighting for poverty itself. I don't know how that works. People would advocate for GBV and say GBV is bad, but ANC is busy causing GBV to you. 27, 28 years later, you are being abused, but you're still believing in this. For me, I don't believe in any political party, to be honest. For me, I feel the people should take power back to themselves. For me, I feel they should literally crush the whole system and take it down. I once posted something here to say, okay, what if this country goes ablaze? Who stands to lose the most between us and them? You know? Who stands? What do we have? Do we have anything? Come on, people. I heard people talk about, yeah, let's go for the Hey, people, come on. That trillion rand there, hey, it's going to be caught by a handful of people. Many of us here, we know that we are not going to get it. We know it. But we'll come here and try and convince people, like Blackman said. Convince people and say, but you are not going to get it. Only a handful of people will go to Diamond Walk and afford to buy a Diamond Walk literally every day. A handful. This is real. This is real life. This is not a movie. This is not a Wakanda movie here. Hey, people, this is real life. And people are taking over, and people are making sure that they get every cent and keeping it for themselves. People are currently now fighting for seats. The ANC top 6, and people are fighting for seats. Jay-Z wants to come back again and sit on his... imagine an old man supposedly sick. Supposedly sick. How many people have been sick? Shabir Sheikh has been sick for years, dying for years, but he's still there. How many of these politicians are going to keep lying and people believing that these people are working for them? How long are we going to sit here and busy and think that these people will actually do something for the people? We have our current president. That guy is the weakest link ever. That guy is weak. That guy is useless. That guy is literally everything. He's the pits. That guy is nothing. That guy is born. That guy is yo. That guy is castrated, man. And I'm not sorry to say it. He's castrated. He's a useless bull. He can't do anything. I don't know how people believe in that. But obviously, money is power. Money breeds power. And that's how everything works in this country. And he has the backing of them. And with the backing of them, he oppresses others. That's why Bokwede and everyone else are just sitting there. Then you have the Minister of Transport. These days, he used to speak a lot, but where is he now? Then you have this Minister of Police, Peggy Cele. Ooh, that one. Ooh. Useless as they come. Always coming to the public. Pierre. Nothing happens. I saw the other day they're saying they are... what is the word? What is the word, man? They said they are giving... What? There's a word they used. It's sort of like a charity, giving cars and what, mobile police stations. I asked the question in the same post, how many of those cars will literally get to those police stations? How many of those cars will go to the people and actually work for the people? Not an answer. Because we know this corrupt government, all that won't even materialize. Nothing has literally in the 27 years and in this term of this president, nothing good has materialized for the people of South Africa. Nothing. We still have squatter camps. We still have places that could be properly, structured and renovated, and, things can be implemented properly, but they are not. We still have Diepsloot. If you see Diepsloot, is itlhakatlhakane, akitse o ka re keng. But that place, it could be fixed, but it's not, because no one wants to fix it. Because the powers that be want it to be like that. The powers that be want people oppressed. The powers that be want people always looking for jobs. The powers that be want people to think they can create businesses that won't succeed in this economy. The powers that be make sure that the petrol price will go up and go down when they want to, when there's no problems, but they will always influence the market the way they want it to. Petrol is going up. But I'm telling you this, the powers that be are still making money when petrol goes up. Inflation went up, but people are still making money when inflation goes up. But the others, which are us, are still suffering. When inflation goes up, we are the ones who bear the burden. Literally every day, every month, we pay tax. When I mean every day is when you go buy bread, you pay tax. You buy airtime, you pay tax. You buy sweets, you pay tax. You buy meal, you pay tax. But at the end of the month, you also pay tax on top of the tax that you've been paying the whole month, making the livelihoods of others nice and comfortable. People are sitting in gated communities, very nice. The blue, what do they call it again? They're living nice lives. Private securities, nice lives. Groceries, nice life. But there are people who do not have groceries, who struggle every day, who earn peanuts, live hand to mouth every day. And you want to romanticize these whole politicians. They are useless. Malema is useless. He just speaks the way people want to hear, but he's useless. They are useless. Elections are coming next year. People are fighting for seats. People are going to be dying very soon. Already they are, because there's a few whistleblowers who've been killed, but no one cares. No one sees that. Hey, guys, this is the real life. People are suffering for real. People are suffering for real. People don't have food every day. They struggle to have food every day. This is real life. Let's stop romanticizing it. Let's tell it like it is. People are scamming us. These are the biggest scammers to ever walk. These are the biggest scammers, man. They're scamming people every day by promising them things they'll never materialize. Going to Ekasi and kissing grandmas and giving free t-shirts and promising to fix the roads and never fixing the roads, and promising electricity and never providing electricity, promising water but never materializing. It's the taxi industry is controlled by them, but we assume we control it. I don't know, but yeah, as black people, we are still. Whew. Man, the psychological damage done by these people is very bad, to a point where we cannot see in front of us. It's amazing how we fool ourselves in thinking that anything good will be obtained by us, while we allow this nonsense to take place in this country. It can never be. There's literally videos of white people saying black people are a problem, black people are useless, but we sit here and think, black people, we can still. But we have black people who can do change but don't do change, because why? They are controlled. And that is the reality of it, is that most of these people do what they need to do to survive, because they need to impress the master. Right now, your president has made policies that he has already signed off. But he comes here and tells us, there's this policy we are trying to. It's already signed. This country is very funny because they come to us after having decided, after having put a stamp to it and say, but we are thinking, but it's already done. The BE scrapping is done. You black people are not gonna go anywhere after this. You are not gonna get anything after this. You're gonna be blocked at every turn. There's gonna be goalpost after goalpost after goalpost after goalpost. You'll have to be chasing. You're gonna be chasing yourself at some point. It's like a dog chasing its tail, going round and round and round in circles, but not finding the end. I've Triple Tower, I've been looking at Chera in terms of these Nasrec elections and all of that. It's amazing how things are taking place, eh? But as South Africans, we believe we believe that the new the ANC, the EFF, the DA, you name them, they are for us and will give us something. I ask, what would happen if we literally bend down all the polling stations and said to them, fuck you, get out of those seats, we don't need you anymore? It's a question I'm asking. What would happen if we said to them and we blocked all the roads, literally all the roads, including the president's gate going out of the house, and said, fuck you, get out of that seat. We don't need you anymore. Excuse my language, Mr. Tswell. But what if we went into the president's house and said, you know what, we don't need you anymore. Get out. All these ministers, all these politicians. What would happen if we had literally one political party that we could decide where, you president, we don't need you. Go. We don't need all these politicians. We don't need all these political parties. We don't need them. We honestly don't need them. We literally have qualified people sitting here right now in this space, right now, here in this space. We have engineers in this space who literally can fix, it's not broken. Eskom is not broken. Eskom has been, they've sold it a long time ago, so we're not going to get it back. It's just they need to tell us that they've sold it already. That is the thing about this country again, is that literally everything has been hid underneath us. But most, we see it, but we don't talk about it. Because why? We are scared. We have people in these spaces right now who are in offices that hear stuff, that see stuff, but don't come back to the public and say, hey guys, but hey, this thing. Like myself, I have many banner accounts in these spaces, in these Twitter streets. There's things I post elsewhere in different ways because I'm able to, and I literally come to these spaces just to tell people what's actually going on, because people are not talking. People are just quiet. People are just happy because things are going along. People, they are earning that 100,000 there, 10,000 there. They are happy with their lives, but they see the problems that are coming for people who are poorer than them. And this is the scenario with South Africa, is that they're rich, the wealthy, and I would say somewhat rich, and then there's the poor who can't literally afford, who struggle to go buy bread. I saw a couple of white hobos a couple of days, and I looked at them and I'm thinking, but what were you doing when your ancestors, your people were stealing all these things? and I come across this other white person who thinks he's all this, but he was stupid enough that he can't even work a simple router, a simple problem on a router. But I ask myself, how did these stupid people steal our land and we allowed it? Really, white people are stupid. And we see it every day because we train most of them. Most of them come into our workplaces, we train them how to be our leaders. And that is the biggest problem that we have in this country also, is that a white person, when a black person needs to succeed and be CEO or leader of some sort or manager of some sort in this country, is that we have to train someone to come into the position that I am most qualified for, I am most experienced in. But I need to train someone who's useless, who doesn't know shit about that position, who still has to understand the framework of that position. And I need to train that person to come in and lead me. But in turn, the same person now will be delegating his jobs to me for him to look good in that position, like Andre the Reiter. But we are not talking about it, right? The CEO who has failed in many other state entities and made them bankrupt, and they sold them because he was at the helm. But we are not talking about it. We are romancing it because, oh no, it's Andre the Reiter, white person. Oh, guys, come on. This country is going to the pits. Literally, it's going to the pits. By this time next year, no state-owned entity will be available at that point. We're going to be back at a situation where they say blacks here, whites here. We are gradually going back to apartheid, but we're not even seeing it. Cape Town is gradually being taken away as part of South Africa because the agenda is going very nicely and smoothly. But no one is talking about it. No one is talking about the fact that the UN is packed somewhere in KZN doing something. No one is talking about it. No one is talking about the US Army being based in South Africa and doing all these military drills and doing all these things, because no one is paying attention to that. No one is concerned about that. No one is concerned about the after effects of the US military being in South Africa. No one is. No, it's fine. There's a ship parked here in South Africa, but it's okay. We are okay. We have the CIA doing things here in South Africa, but no one is talking about it. For some, I'm sure they are thinking this guy is a conspiracy theorist. How many articles have you seen that the CIA is here? I think that's a joke. Oh, it's going to take place at some point. You'll see it front view. But there are things that are happening in South Africa, but people are not talking about it. How the president is allowing all these things to take place, and without him intervening and making sure that none of these things are taking place, because we save our, so what do you call it, sovereignty or whatever the case. I don't have it as South Africans. Yeah. But we are here romanticizing a future that doesn't exist for South Africa. Literally going away, a day goes by every day and we see bad things. So yeah, that is my point there. Yeah.
Thank you for your submission, leader. I will then. We are going to cross over to section 194 very soon. So I am going to allow Triple Tau to be our last speaker for the day, and then we are going to go live to just tune in and listen into the inquiry that is looking into the said fitness of the public protector to hold office. And we shall still be here. So, Triple Tawi, you can come in, lead.
Yeah, code. I think you've become a conspiracy theorist. I confirm. Uh, anyway, I think I wanted to say earlier to, I think it was Black Dog and round two, to say, some of the things maybe we just don't want to acknowledge them for what they are. The Komati power station is not going to be repurposed. It has already been repurposed. It is done. It is concluded. It is not something that is to happen. It is something that has already happened. Now, maybe at times people want to believe that maybe we speak things because we are somewhat against what is happening. No, it is that what is being put out, it is not even in context, is not even with the reality of what it means for us. So, any of you in the space, go back to January 2022, between January 2022 and March. Office of the President appointed 20 advisors. 5 of them were for energy, presidential energy plans. 5 of them were supposedly on the elections and planning. 5 of them were told that it was the fresh blood for the outlook of the office and the structure. And if you go back, you will go understand why the changes that happened with the likes of Ziziko are now, being as a head of intelligence, somewhat now being under the office of the president. Why people like Abo Mondli Gungubele are there. And people want to believe that maybe in hindsight it's all fallacy or it's just a story. No, it's not. We just don't understand what is happening because you want to believe in things in the aha moments. These are not aha moments. It's literally the truth of what is happening. So the Netherlands sent few companies here sometime in May that they were trialing something. So an official statement. This is a statement from Eskom. Okay. It says, after serving South Africans since 1961, the coal-fired Komati power station in Mpumalanga has today reached its end of operation life cycle. And at midday, 9th of March, it is being shut down. Okay, so move it further. Today, they are saying we are losing 121 megawatts that were being provided by Komati. We are only going to get 72 megawatts from what would be battery storage and whatever the mix, right? This is what they say. Komati is one of the power stations that were previously mothballed due to the country's excess generation capacity. The age of the station and the high maintenance cost were the reason why it was mothballed, right? Subsequently, a decision was made to return Komati Power Station to service with the refurbishment and commencing on 14th August 2006 with Unit 9 and was handed over for generational in 2008. Komati's life end of coal-fired journey marks the beginning of another exciting journey for South Africa. Eskom has developed a comprehensive just energy transition strategy, which replaces and places an equal importance on the transition of lower carbon technologies and moving away from carbon emissions, and the ability to do so in a manner that is just and sustainable. The remaining employees will take part in the Komati repowering and repurposing project. The power plant will be converted into a renewable generation site powered with 150 megawatt of solar, 70 megawatt of wind, and 150 megawatt of storage of batteries. Right? The development of the Komati training facility to facilitate the reskilling and training of the ESCOM employees and the members of the community is already underway. ESCOM has already signed a partnership with the South African Renewable Technology Center of the Cape Peninsula and the Global Energy Alliance for People of the Planet, whoever those are. Funding for this facility and the conversion for the just transition has already started. The funds were received from developmental finance institutions, and ESCOM will make official announcements in due course. The Komati Repowering and Repurposing Project is one of the largest coal-fired power plant decommissioning, repowering and repurposing projects globally. And this will serve as a global reference on how the transition of fossil fuel assets can be attained and achieved by JETP. So this is done. It is not something that is going to happen. We are not talking about it because it is something that is of craziness. This Komati thing, it is a trial. This Komati thing, all these times when these load shedding and power sheds and all, these guys were already testing the power impedance to make sure that the commissioning of what is coming is going to work. But anyway, guys, JETP as it stands, it's a program that is seeking to achieve what they need to achieve. Any of you in the space, so that it doesn't sound like we are speaking about conspiracy, please, I've put up, I'm sure, 9 or 10 different stuff here on the Jumbotron, including where this whole thing started. It is not my own imagination. It is not something that I'm trying to decampaign Cyril's office or ANC as it stands. No. The fact of the matter is that right now, as it stands, I've just retweeted something literally 5 minutes ago, right? Huawei, okay, guys, I don't know whether it's Huawei or whatever they called. They've just put up now, okay, a full-on 20 minutes documentary on the underground coal mining technology. China has got two universities of coal, purely dedicated to coal. Parts of their curricula was taken from South Africa. Their methodology was taken from South Africa, from SASO. They have 2 universities that are only specializing in their curricula on coal. So on the timeline right now, Huawei has posted it, I think it's just about 6 hours ago. It's a full-on campaign on coal, what they are doing with coal, what they're going to do with coal, how they're going to mine coal better, how they're going to be efficient with coal, how they're going to go deeper with coal, how they're going to, all of that is there. We are basically saying we are shutting down coal because we don't want it for some strange reason. So, in the talks of what is happening with our administration, when Gwede switched and started to go against this whole thing of killing of coal, that's why he's not at the COP27 to speak as the Minister of Energy. We have Praveen, Minister of SOEs, right, that report to the respective ministries, who is there to speak on things that has got nothing to do with him on the policy of the country. So sure, ANC has got the best policies. ANC, the party, has got the best policies. Those are party policies. Are they the country's policies? No. The country has got its own policies. Those policies should be driven with the agenda that is influenced and advocated for by the very parties we vote for. Now, let's put that aside because clearly we miss the lines of authority between the government and the ANC at times. What is then the agenda of the day in ANC? What is the to-do list of ANC today? Does that got to do anything to do with the policies? Even you as an individual, you have your own policies or your own goals of what you want to achieve in life in 10 years, in 5 years. But what is on the agenda today? Your agenda today is to getting a meal, is to being clean, paying your bills. Does that affect what you're going to do in 10 years? No, you'll still achieve those things. But your agenda of the day and how you achieve your agenda of the day to somebody else, you'd be betraying your goals of purity of what you want to achieve. And that's what is happening with ANC. If you understand me properly, I'm saying to you, we have got an element of our own sabotage and betrayal every day because of the agenda and the prevailing agenda of the day. So we are hypocrites to our own self. The only difference is we hold each other and yourself accountable to say, no, yesterday I fucked up so bad, I need to get myself back online. With ANC, there is no point of correction. It keeps devolving and devolving and devolving and devolving and devolving. So, my fellow people, I'm just saying, when these conversations started with Mr. Chew, even last year, we started raising some of these issues after the riots in KZN to say the way in which they are going to deal with this thing because of the influence when they put the UN boots on foot on the ground. The question was why? Why were the Americans so interested to be there? Mr. T, we had this conversation. I brought up a lot of data of what was happening. We shared with the guy that was working with the SEPS TRT unit, who's actually changed his profile and is not even much involved anymore in the spaces. Because the same thing was to say, guys, there is something far more sinister that is then happening here. Phoenix, the very same ground zero, 2 months, 3 months ago, you saw it was in the newspapers where the very things that were looted were coming out of the very houses where they killed black people, saying that they were protecting stuff. The very looters. But nobody made noise about it. Move it further. Code mentioned something about the US boots on the ground in the CIA. Why did the CIA issue a statement around a threat at Nelson, at around Sandton somewhere without even following the proper channels? Why all of a sudden, when the military games are ending and the American soldiers that were here for the training are supposed to leave, all of a sudden there's an imminent threat that requires the very same soldiers to be redeployed for them to look after the Americans in South Africa when it has never been the issue before? Never. All of a sudden their mandate needs to be increased because now they need to look after the American embassy. And we don't see anything about nothing wrong with it, right? Absolutely nothing. There's a couple of Globemaster 3s, cargo planes that are in South Africa of the US Air Force. I've shared some pictures with Mr. T that these things are coming in and out every week and nobody's saying anything about them. If you do a flight track, if you have data, go in and check. You will see these things as they come in. If you follow the American politics closely with their live debates, you get to hear every single day what they're questioning. The Democrats, the Republicans are always questioning, what is it that so much is happening in South Africa that you guys are repurposing and changing and channeling and moving into that area? Go look at AFRICOM, which has got a base in Botswana, which is the Advanced Africa Communication Military Command Center, and their statements. You will see what their changes are. If you guys look around, you've seen a lot of groups of very young white boys in groups at malls, special forces. You will see with their tattoos because they wear the Ranger tattoos and if you know the American Army, you would know their tattoos, you would know their signias, you'd know their emblems, you'd know their hats, you would know their t-shirts, you would know something about them, you would know who they are. So people, you have not even woken up to realize how much of them are in this country right now. that they've never had access to this country, unprecedented as they've ever did. Yet today, we want to argue with the issues of what Cyril is doing. Cyril, whatever that his decision is, he's delivering to whoever that has put him there. So, Apostle, as you called me, I was just saying that let us not play the man, let's play the ball. Let us not argue the semantics of I know better, you know better, and all of that. Or, I sound more of an ANC supporter than an EFF. I sound more of an EFF supporter than ANC or whatever. To hell with all of that. Which of them parties are standing to say, let there be a benefit for Black people today? No, don't tell me about 2024. Tell me today. Because I will tell you what DA is doing for whites in Cape Town today. DA is encircling Black neighborhoods and colored neighborhoods with drones and rapid deployment cars and all of these things to make sure that the crime does not bleed over to the whites. And everybody claps hands and say DA is doing something about crime. Bullshit. DA wants to devolve Cape Town into its own police unit state so that they can deal with what they want to deal the way they want to deal. It has nothing to do with the greater picture or the big. It's an utopia for white people for them to go find solace and comfort in what they want, away from the masses, away from the noise. So the Minister of Finance in South Africa would retract the statement in the next day if they haven't started to say, no, the BEE, we are going to change issues. We didn't mean it that way. We meant it this way. We didn't go that way. It should be this way. So we will clarify as we go. But in the meantime, the JETP is going ahead with the rule that says those companies would be given business and work with Eskom without requiring Black people. So you're not going to see a cent out of that JETP 1 trillion loan that's coming in. It's going to stay with the European countries. So somebody mentioned that we're already buying power from European countries. So 3 companies that have already built big solar plants in the Western Cape, Northern Cape, Abengoa, Cobra, and the other one. They were funded by the Spanish government. Please go look at it. They were funded by the Spanish government. Elecno, Cobra, Abengoa, those are the big Spanish electricity companies, the same as Eskom. They were funded by their own government to build those power plants here because at the time the Spanish economy was in the shits. So they brought in their own labor here. They are still here, those foreigners. They are still here to look after the investment of the Spaniards. Who is the off-taker? It is us, South Africans, that are paying back that loans. It is us that are paying back the Spaniards that chose to come and say they're doing an FDI here in South Africa. If the economy is that bad, why is there so much money that keeps coming in? Has Eskom defaulted up to today to anybody? Have you had any company that has taken Eskom to court to say Eskom hasn't paid them? Why is Eskom so sought after? Why is Eskom burning so much diesel? And Eskom has not been taken by any of the creditors to court to say, hey, any of you guys, have you followed the case of this lady that was the supply of fuel to Eskom and how she was taken out and ousted? The judge that made the ruling to say her contract was invalid and illegal and whatever and corrupted has come out and apologized that he made a ruling based on a rumor. The evidence wasn't there. He has come out and admitted it. It's there. The very 2 months after that contract was revoked and given to other 3 parties except that lady, the volumes grew exponentially. That lady was saying, in the period that I've had this contract, we never hit over 500 million rand of supply. The 500 million doesn't mean it went all to her. She was literally making 22 cents a liter, including the infrastructure that Eskom required her to have and maintain. So she was making a profit of what? 4 cents, 3 cents per liter? The volumes grew to where they are today, where they're sitting on 6-7 billion. And nobody wants to go question what were they preparing for. And we want to believe that, oh no, this is just, when things started going wrong, they had to make plans. And no, guys, this was far more deliberate. This was far more involved than anything. The very Egypt where today COP27 is sitting, today, they just completed their nuclear plant today with the Russian technology. Today, go check it. The very Egypt where they are is not even in support of the very same nonsense they're talking, because Egypt is a civilization that has actualized who they are. They said, you want to come, you're not coming here to dictate to us. You are coming here because this is what we want. Go look at the agenda about the Suez Canal, what they want to do. Egypt gave them uncertain terms that you do not go build an alternate route to anything that will compete with the Suez Canal. Then we can allow. But we would want to believe that somehow there was a reason why it went all the way there. For the first time in years that they were not in Europe. Yeah, code. I will submit to that. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Cho. Hope you don't disappear. I think one thing you forget, Mr. T, your spaces are very therapeutic. We use these spaces as therapy to just let out and allow others to guide even our own thoughts, because it's through these things that you get to see where you're going wrong, where others are going wrong, and you find the middle ground of understanding some of the things. So every single one of the speakers that have come up, every single input gives me, a different perspective on a lot of things, and to go look at certain things that I might have underlooked, that I might have overlooked, that I might not have bothered, to just go back and see a different side. So I converse a lot with Code on a lot of things that might not even do with current affairs, more tech, but the reality of it is we come across a lot of information that people would not even believe that it's actually happening. Not to happen, it is happening. Somebody wants to believe and say that Tesla is clean energy. For heaven's sake, to build a Tesla battery, they are literally burning coal and ammonia, plastic, and all of those things, and they'll continue digging those things and bauxite and all of that in and DRC, and make you believe that that is a clean energy. From where? Tesla charges from where? From which grid? The very same clean thing needs coal for it to function. The Teslas were parked all over in LA over June and July when they didn't have power during summer peak, because there was no baseline. And we want to believe that those are clean and there's some anyway. Mask Elon no tlo nkwatela se le monga Twitter. Sorry Elon. Sorry me bra. Ma second quote ya rona, I forgot. Hade. Yeah, sorry guys.
A
I
quick
didn't mean
one
to say
before
that.
you leave, Triple Town. On the Tesla one also, they had kanaba di bitsang, these small petrol diesel generators at the back of their boots to generate power for their cars to run at some point in the US. But also something that you forgot to mention. I don't know if you remember the Russian billionaire who came into South Africa, and there was a big hoo-ha about him docking in South Africa and not docking situation, and then he ended up docking in South Africa though. But yeah, it's one of those things that people don't talk about also. But there's these political games that are also playing behind closed doors.
The conversation of the Russian yacht is the same conversation we had with the Antonov.
Oh, the
Why did
plane.
the Antonov? Yeah, why did we agree for BP not to refuel Antonov based on the sanctions of Europe? Why? Because we didn't have anybody else that could give us the jet fuel. As a country, we relented to that, allowed the Antonov to take off riskily to go get refuel in Mozambique. So, yeah, but anyway, guys, we want to believe that we are sovereign, we are in charge, we are voters, we are. Yeah, Apostle, you're back. I'm glad you're back. We should have a conversation one of these days about Taiwan and China and the and the Asian Straits, and just how far China is compared to what everybody else is making out to be. And let's I will share with you guys that China has copied much of its policies from South Africa. South Africa can't even comply to the very rules that they've been copied from them because China has taken the very thing and implemented them. We still have not implemented them. And now we tell the Chinese that no, that's too stringent. And the Chinese show us the very same thing and say, but we took this from you. But anyway, it's called reverse engineering. So they reverse engineered every best thing that we had, and now we can't even comply to it. Anyway, Mr. T, it was lovely. Apostle, good work. Hope you don't disappear.
No, thank you very much, Triple T. I don't know why you are accusing me of disappearing. I am definitely here. All that should go to Mr. T. But yeah, he has made a commitment that he's back, even though his schedule might be a little bit all that, but he is here with us. So we are hoping for more spaces. But equally, let me take this opportunity to give thanks to Coach Triple T for, one thing that which I enjoy is your thorough research and backing your submission with research, so whether one might agree or disagree, it's always interesting to get a submission from yourself. But equally to all the speakers that came through, made their submissions here. I know there are a few people who tried to connect, but unfortunately, they did drop down. We equally appreciate your participation. We are because you are. All the other speakers who came through dropped down. We had an opportunity to speak. Those who couldn't be able to join us, we also thank you for coming. Our listeners, the most important individuals in our space, we also appreciate that. There are some few articles and videos that which we have attached to the space. We are I'm gonna give over now to Mr. T as he will do his closing remarks. But if you want to read more and understand on what a Triple T has been speaking in relation to ESCOM and the energy, there are some few articles attached to this particular space. The conversation continues on the comment section. So for me, ke a leboga for allowing me to co-host and be with you today. Ntate Tshweu, let me hand over back to you. Ke a go leboga, Ketapele.
Thanks, Apostle. Thank you so much, my brother. Re leboge wena, man, for holding this together while I'm busy fighting boroko, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, my brother. You are always, there for us, and we appreciate it. Many thanks to all the speakers and our listeners. What a conversation we've had. It has been great reconnecting and seeing, where we are, as a nation, and what it is we could do to get it together. So thank you so much, everyone. Tlabuwa. We will definitely be back, but it has been great. Just hosting the space and hearing all the voices we've been missing for some time. So thank you so much, everyone. Have yourselves a wonderful day. Apostle, Galebu, always.
Nka leboga le